Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. Those ones. Before we jump into our episode tonight, we have some announcements to get through, beginning with our sponsor for the evening, Nordverse.
Folks, we all witnessed Sam's pop culture masterpiece that was the Nordverse. With the incredible plot, memorable characters, and NordVPN's threat protection guarding your every click, NordVPN holds a special place in our hearts. Which is why it's time to reboot it. You see, reboots are everything these days. They capitalize on nostalgia, fill nerds with familiarity, and tweak old IPs just enough so it's not divisive. And most importantly, they make bank. Which is why I am thrilled to announce NordVPN's reboot of the Nordverse, the Reverse.
Okay, I'm done.
That was $1 million idea, baby. Okay, let me ask.
Oh,
Question for all of you.
Yeah.
What is the most important part of a blockbuster reboot?
compelling narrative.
Relatable challenges. Characters do.
Unnecessary CGI. That is correct. The Reverse promises a digital feast with headache-inducing special effects that definitely probably could have been done practically. Like this. And we're hitting all the reboot must-haves, like modernizing fan-favorite characters. You see, Kryptonic Override is back, baby! But she's no longer defined by her love of Black Willow 69. Oh, no. She's an independent woman who passes the Bechdel
She's
test.
impending.
She's an independent woman.
You've been drinking.
Yes, don't take her mommy juice, okay? Because she is a hashtag girl boss, okay? Also, to capture your TikTok-addled brains,
Yes.
we have to open with a gratuitous fight scene framed perfectly for vertical overlay.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, Hall H, are you ready for a sneak peek of Nordverse, the Reverse? Give it to me, that's right! And action!
Holy Gogurt! Kryptonic Override, we sliced through the binary barrier! Great gatekeeping, Gale Boss 69. Now all we gotta do is activate the quantum guillotine before the Brobots destroy the multi-Nordverse. Brobots? Jeez Louise, like their bath towels? Their cybersecurity is crusty! They should have used NordVPN, the fastest VPN on the planet with a dark web monitor that guards your online accounts. Say it with your whole chest, sister! With their threat protection feature, NordVPN will... NordVPN can easily foil scams and malware. Malware! Like this spoon gagging. I just like going to the mall. And malware like this spoon gagging gigaflop. About to pound cake onto these sweaty food roasters. Tweedledee and Tweedlesee are jaw jumped. Kryptonic Override, send those brobots back to Outback Steakhouse. Bloomin' Onion online in 3, 2, 1. Oh no, it can't be. Oh, what is it? Did your snotty kid brother? You can do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Did your snotty kid brother? Did your snotty kid brother put a tuna fish sandwich in your G drive again? Negatory. Fuck! I sense an anomaly at the edge of the multiverse. But it can't be. It looks like an obstacle my character has faced before, but somehow bigger, more leaked, more computer generated. That is so rebooty. We need to warn the space president and tell her to go to nordvpn.com/criticalrole to get 4 extra months of protection, risk-free, with a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's our ride, Girl Boss 69, Gale Boss 69. Hashtag, let's go save the multi-Nordverse! My girls-only STEM club isn't even gonna believe this! I know.
And scene. It's already been greenlit for 3 seasons. Matt, reverse to you.
Wow.
I mean, I'll watch it.
Correct. That's
That's
what we're banking on.
Golf clap.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if we've ever had
Well
take
done.
3 restart.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I can't breathe.
Sold the show. Honestly, sold the show.
You did great.
I'm hot.
So,
Get a lot of gear on right now.
Marisha, you got something to talk about too.
I do. The finale of Candela Obscura, Circle of the Crimson Mirror, aired last week. Kudos to Landon the Plane, my guy.
Yo.
Huge shout out to our incredible cast: Taliesin Jaffe, Amy Carrero, Alex Ward, and Mari Williams,
Oh, good, man.
and the Heartbreak Prince himself,
Oh,
Liam
the
O'Brien.
title.
Man, that title.
Put it on the back of those sweatpants.
I mean, juicy couture action.
I'm not against it.
No, don't stop.
You just lose the middle of it in the crowd. The heart preference.
That's my
bring it
birthday
back
present to him
together.
this year.
Yes,
You
no.
can-
If you have not seen it, this chapter truly teeters on the edge of survival as the investigators work together to confront their past deeds, traumas, relationships, and all in an effort to try and aid their poor mentor. It's really good. Go watch it. I personally love how Liam brought in some of like his heritage, which is super cool.
Yeah. Lemur.
I am very German.
Speaking of Candela Obscura,
What up? Huh?
you guys, join us on May 25th
Huh?
for an immersive live show
Oh,
Shit.
at the United Theater on Broadway, right here in Los Angeles, baby. Candela live show. It's gonna be spoopy. Come dressed in your best new fair attire. You're gonna watch the Fairlands come to life for a special one-shot assignment led by Game Master Spencer Stark, creator of the game. He's lovely. He's incredible. And alongside players Matthew Mercer, Laura Bailey, Amir Charade,
what up, fam?
and Kari Payton.
Corey Payton!
I know. With the inimitable Taliesin Jaffe serving as our master of ceremonies.
Told I could not bring my t-shirt cannon, but that's okay.
Not after the last time.
That's OUP property.
Didn't say.
VIP ticket holders will get to witness the 75-minute character creation process and the formation of the evening's Candela Obscura circles. So basically what you guys see when we film our session zeros, we're gonna do that day for the VIPs.
sick.
And then we're gonna go.
Without
so
a safety net?
I know. So anyone who does VIP does a whole kit and caboodle. You basically get to see the whole thing from start to finish. So it's going to be really cool. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but I'm here for it.
Yep.
Anyone that can't join us in person, you can watch the VOD on our Twitch and YouTube channels on May 30th. Tickets are on sale right now, and you can find all the details at critroll.com/events.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marisha. Laura, you got a few things to talk about real fast?
You guys, if you tuned into our Creators in Fashion, you may have seen this. Walking the runway on one,
I need it.
Robbie Damon.
I want
This is our Dorian Storm camp shirt by Adrian Hamilton.
are we smelling it?
Our Molly Mott camp shirt
worth it.
is just so comfortable and so wonderful, and I've seen so many people styling
as
it in so
soft as
many
it looks?
fabulous ways. Yes. So we're very excited to do a Dorian one as well. In addition to that, this is all just, in tribute to the Crown Keepers. We have a Dorian Storm dice set.
Oh, snap. Let's
So
see.
I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Hold on, they're in this baggie, and I gotta open it. Help me!
Walter White would be
I should
very
have taken
proud.
them out of the bag before.
Walter White would be very proud.
Ooh, so pretty. They're all air-shirting. They've got his little loot.
It's a little
Those
instrument
things
on it.
flew already.
Yeah, they're so beautiful.
Oh, it's really pretty.
Oh, so beautiful.
Have vanished
Yo,
forever.
Mr. White. I said Areopagita. He's not Areopagita. I know what I'm talking about. Shut up, Laura. Artist Leia, Rondu, thank you for doing these dice.
Yeah.
In addition to this, we are delighted to announce. Do I have the thing? Do I have the thing?
Yeah. It was right
Where's
here.
the thing?
Wait, we moved it for photos.
Uh-oh. It's okay, it's
flying
coming
in.
in. It's flying in. Guess what we're gonna do? Our first ever Spirits collaboration with Quest's End. Oh, look at this. It's a spirits company founded by lifelong gamers, whiskey nerds, Matthew Lillard and Justin Ware.
Yeah.
This is Sandkeg's High.
We've been talking about this for so long.
Yeah, for real.
It's a fierce concoction, ordered by Grog at the Shade in Oncarel, and it's now a real-world whiskey. It includes an exclusive coin medallion. Is that this?
Yep.
I think that is
What that
this.
is.
Oh my gosh! And a found journal, which is so cool, of the Spirit's Maker, written by Jasmine Boular, along with all original art by Tyler Walpole, and a map by Devin Rue, you guys!
So
The whole
great.
kit
Guaranteed
capital.
to
Big old-
no.
It's
Big
really
old
amazing.
contribution.
We've been so excited about everything they've been doing. Get yours while they're on sale for 3 weeks only at sandcakeshigh.com. That's everything I have to say.
Thank you so much, Laura.
Give me the.
Well,
Give me the booze.
I believe that concludes our announcements. But I'm going to go ahead and see the seat here for another GM, if you don't mind.
Hi, my name is Abria. I'm reading for Madam President Malia Obama in the future for Northers. But I need all of you to fuck off. It's time for my story. Go! For this, the next episode of Critical Role.
One by one we climb until we reach the top. 2 by 2 we fall. Will we meet our end or meet our destiny? Hold your breath and roll.
How do you want to do this? It's Thursday night. All ye critters, come join us. It's time to continue our flight. There is magic and mystery. Who knows what will happen? He might. But one thing's for sure, we never give up on the fight. From the healer to the renegade, we all share the same goal. Adding more allies, taking more chances. Hold your breath and roll.
You can certainly try.
It's Thursday night. All ye critters, come join us. It's time to continue our flight. There is magic and mystery. From darkness our friendship will rise. But one thing's for sure, we never give up on the fight. Oh, get ready. It's Thursday night.
And welcome back. Previously, on the finale of the Crown Keeper saga, we're going to call that shot now because I'm not leaving anything but corpses and my girl Opal in my wake. You all were making your way southeast from where you were laying low from Kamille, hopefully to get to Zephyra to find the Tempest. And yet, only a couple days out from where you were keeping cover, Opal had a bit of a moment, exploded out a bunch of gems and spider webs like you do, triggering the forceful conversion by the Spider Queen of Opal into Opal the twice crowned champion of the Spider Queen. Opal, your friends love you so much, and they are currently fighting to the death to save you. And that's where we're going to pick up. Currently, just as a little reminder for the group, we have a big old bubble of darkness in the middle of the field, so none of you saw Ted disappear back into Opal's body as Opal grows, stretches out a little taller. 3 sets of arms and renewed, specific, violent purpose to shake you off, to get away, so that she can take her place beside, in front of the Spider Queen for whatever's coming as the moon of ill omen turns its gaze. Oh, thank you for doing the sounds. I don't do the sounds. The buttons are confusing to me. As the moon of ill omen turns its gaze on the gods of Exandria. We have haste, we have darkness, and a bless. I swear to God, Matt, I will knock off of you before I leave. I just gotta call that shot now, because we're in it.
What about my velvet enmity?
That's not technically,
Like a minute?
Huh? No, it's still up. It's just not a concentration spell.
Oh, sorry.
I can't get rid of that.
Never mind. Cut that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put it on the tape.
This is live.
This is live. They are responding in the Discord right now.
I'm so ashamed. Don't read the comments.
With that in mind, we also have 2 instances of illusory magic up on the field. Because both of our boys over here having sort of a like high ground bestie moment.
Yeah.
They are fully holding hands.
They're fully holding hands.
How else are they supposed to stay on that thing? I know.
They got it. They're keeping each other safe for balance. Darrington, you see your friend Opal has turned into a massive drider. Which is fine. It's cute. It's very cute. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. And Dorian. Whew, I got both your names right. Last time in the episode.
Double D.
Dorian, you see your worst fear, which is all of your friends, all of your allies, everyone here has succumbed to the darkness that you saw threatening Fern when you first set out on your adventures down to Near-Dalpok. I think it's time to get back into it. Opal. Mm-hmm. The Spider Queen, you feel as your body stretches out like growth pains of summer after summer of like you being stretched. You can feel it in your joints, in your back, in your muscles. Spider Queen puts a hand on your shoulder and another and pulls you close, and in your ear, you hear her say, "You finish this fight, or I will."
Wait.
She does laugh. Okay.
Oh, good. Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Spidey. Listen,
Hate that.
Oh, ma'am.
Love that.
Listen, why can't we do both? You know what I mean? Why can't I keep my memories and keep my friends and still be your champion? You know what I mean?
The fact that you're negotiating.
I'm not
with me,
negotiating.
right? You are.
No.
You want me to change my behavior?
No, not change. Pivot. And it's so easy for you to do. Because I could still be me and still be yours. You know what I mean? And besides, I think what makes me like a good champion is that I am who I am. You know what I mean?
Are you willing to do whatever is required?
What's required?
And you get a sudden download. The Spider Queen has held so much from you. You've felt her fear and her trepidation and the closing of her fingers around you, like choking you. And now you are shown why. You see Ruidus, you see the moon, and deep within it, something monstrous. And you feel the fear of the Spider Queen and the betrayer gods and the prime deities, not as a human fear or dread or loathing, but a primal. They are prey to whatever sits at the center of Ruidus.
Wait. Are you scared? It's okay to be scared. I'm scared all the time.
Make an insight check.
I'm gonna use my opal dice.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Hold on. Ah.
happening, it's happening, she's turning!
That's a 17. Oh no, I don't like that smirk.
She leans in so close, wherever you both are now. The price just doubled.
What price? What price?
Kill 2, and the rest get to walk away.
I understand. Listen. I'm not trying to negotiate with you. Obviously, you're very powerful. And
I'm not negotiating.
I'm not negotiating.
Get to work.
One more thing. Just one more thing.
It is so funny that I wanted to transition out of it, but you said it so cash. I have to honor that.
Just one.
Great.
More thing. Just one more thing.
Worst champion ever.
What? Why do you need them to die?
Because they won't leave you. And if you can't see it, maybe you're not smart enough to be my champion. How do I know that truth about your friends better than you do? You chose my crown.
Well,
you took this power.
You kind of pressured me into it, but I understand. Okay.
You get one more, or my price goes up.
Okay, thank you.
Send them away.
Yep, absolutely.
Or bury them.
Yep. Okay, thank you so much. Here's...
Do you just spritz the Spider Queen?
Yeah, it helps with my, the stress.
Oh, it smells really good.
It's gourmand.
It's a gourmand!
Commit to the bit.
You fucking goof.
Okay.
Give me a persuasion check, you silly girl. I wanted to be with disadvantage, but that was just so buck wild.
Sorry.
And it smells really good.
intense.
And the map smells great now.
One spritz!
One spritz!
What is it? What
Spider
are we
Queen's
doing?
just like Fear Eyes, I'm like,
Persuasion.
It's at 11.
Plus whatever you got.
Plus what?
Do you have any?
I have inspiration!
no.
I have one inspiration.
No, inspiration.
Because of the shot. So I can roll twice.
You have to call your shot before you roll.
But don't you have a plus to your persuasion?
No, that's it.
That's with
Yeah, that's how good you did. And that's just where it lies.
Okay, all right, I can take it. Here we go.
Well, they're about to.
Okay.
Before everything begins, once again, I need everyone to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh.
The difficulty is 18.
No. Okay.
Wait, would this be a time? Never mind.
If you want to use your inspiration, say it now.
Plus, we also have bless.
Yeah, you have bless.
We do bless.
That's
We do
a
bless.
D4, right?
God damn it! I will
Oh,
get.
no.
Hey,
All right.
I've never hated a spell more than bless
Is bless every time?
until I figure out how to smack the shit out of Darrington.
Come at me.
12.
Come at me, queen.
Oh my god! Wait, I like it though.
Oh, wait. 14.
14.
Wait.
Could I use your inspiration as well? Can I stack? Can you stack?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's right.
absolutely.
Okay. 16.
16.
Wait, inspiration's a D20.
No.
No, he's using
It's a D6.
the bardic
Oh,
inspiration.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Not
So
the same
bardic
thing.
is different than like me being like, I love
stacked
what
my
you're
bless
doing.
and inspo, and I still got a 16.
No, I knew that. I was just testing you, so I.
Thank you
I
so
wanted-
much.
I just wanted to
Hey,
like.
I love you keeping me honest.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks,
I'll
girl.
keep you honest forever.
Thanks, girl. 14?
It doesn't matter. It's under.
Okay.
Yeah.
23.
Oh, fucking go.
Cool.
14.
Amazing.
18. Boof.
Of course. We wouldn't want you to catch this effect. Everyone but Fiorai and Opal takes 14 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
It lances through your mind. You all feel spider webs covering up the part of you. It feels like she reaches out and touches your imagination, the part of you where hope lies, where you can see a world, where you save Opal, where you walk away, where everything can be what you thought it would be when you set off just 2 days ago. You see yourselves making it to Zephyra, finding the Tempest, doing whatever is needed, making it okay, making it safe, staying together. And it's covered over with sticky, dark webbing. You feel burning behind your eyes and ringing in your ears as the Spider Queen attacks Hope. The last thing to die before you will. And you all feel the chill of something incredibly powerful that is no longer toying with you.
May I ask a question? So
Of course.
I have Aura of Protection.
Yeah.
Whenever I or a friendly creature within 10 feet of me make a saving throw,
Mm-hmm.
the creature gains a bonus saving throw to equal to my Charisma modifier, which is 11 for saving throws. Or is it a +3?
It's just your plus.
It's just +3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that affect anyone? No, not me. It doesn't.
I'm the
I'm still
only
at 17. It doesn't matter.
The only person technically closer enough
Yeah,
for you for
and
that
she
was
already
Fiora,
nailed
and
it.
she
Yeah.
crushed it.
9, 10, 8, 9, 12, 13.
Would you
good to
have
keep in
made
mind.
it?
No, it would
But
be
it is
one
good to
under.
keep in
One
mind.
under, but good to keep in mind. Sorry.
Very good to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, always keep that in mind.
So we all get +3.
We love a paladin being
any
like,
saving
are they
throw
within
within 10 feet of
Are they
me.
within 10 feet of me?
Yeah.
Channeling our friend Louise.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Louise.
Orc words.
It saved Avalier.
It sure is.
Oof. Too soon. Too fucking soon. More.
Yes.
You're up.
Oh. Where am I?
You were
In the front there.
here.
Oh, I had a whole plan.
You had a whole plan.
Yeah, I did.
What's the whole plan?
So I can't,
hope
say, I
it's
can't say
good.
it out loud. I mean, name your names, you know? So
A callback.
So I'm trying to figure out where I can't see super well. I'm trying to figure out where I can be in range of the spiders within 30 feet. As many spiders as possible within 30 feet.
Right now,
Yeah.
your maximum spider efficacy.
How could I hop over, like how?
It would either be getting up to like right here
Yeah.
to catch. Yeah, you would catch 4
Great.
if you get up to here.
That sounds great.
Just get dick adjacent.
Can I get dick adjacent? Is that easy for me? I mean, I am a bunny.
You are a bunny.
Not dick adjacent.
And you have haste up, so you have so much movement.
I get to move pretty much for the rest of the session. I think it's going to be all about me now. Right?
I'm not going to disagree with you because
Yeah.
you're right.
All right, cool.
So you've got 4 spiders in your area of bunny effect.
4
Is
spiders.
she in the darkness to get there though?
4 spider. Yeah, you have to be. Oh,
wait.
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
Wait, let me look at what this is.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I have to see them within range.
Thanks, Matt.
Sorry.
So,
DM brain.
Yeah,
well, I
you're
don't.
here.
Then I don't. Then I
Very
don't want to
edge.
do that.
If
Then.
you get over here to this edge, I can give you
3?
these 3.
Great. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cast. Hold on 1 second. Wait.
God, that shot was a mistake.
Oh no.
So I'm actually gonna cast.
Spider Queen's got you.
Hey.
This is the Spider Queen's reach.
It's a role play tool. Use it.
I'm gonna cast Bane
Yeah, you.
On whose?
on the Spideys.
Hey.
Yeah. So I'm gonna cast Bane at. Can you cast Bane at first level? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
It's
It is
3.
concentration, so it'll overwrite your haste.
Yep.
No.
Damn it.
God.
You have to be so happy you got a little buddy there. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
Give it to
don't
me.
lose
Give it
haste,
to
don't
us.
lose haste.
Literally, that was like my entire plan, and now I don't know what to do.
Kill spiders with your weapons.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I'll
that's
kill spiders.
When all fails,
always-
stab shit.
Use the crystal.
Hit it with your
them.
stuff.
Yeah, kill the bad guys.
Does that spider look like it's about to hop on the dick jam, though? That one down there?
It's pretty close.
Yeah, this one is currently. I didn't really.
But Cyrus is a nice distraction, right?
Yeah, Cyrus is here, so
Okay.
it's
Squishy
kind of
brother.
like
Kind of going after.
All right, cool. Well, I'm
you know, give me an
gonna
insight
try
check for the spider.
an insight check.
Yeah.
Remember the handies?
You brought him into existence, man.
I did. And I can take him out.
He was sort of.
Him be.
He was
That's
just
a-
Actually, no, you can take him out.
I'm about to.
Yep.
No. How'd you do on your insight
That's
check?
Well, it's a +0, so it's a 14.
Hey,
oh wait,
four-
do I get a +4? Up 4?
Yes, you.
Blessed.
Yeah. Oh no. Bless is just for attack rolls and saving throws.
I also do that for sure. So
It's all good. Thank you for quizzing me.
No problem.
I love that you keep me honest. And
14.
there's not a lot of like subtlety to a spider. So the insight check
Excuse
is
me.
just to get a sense of like, do you see this thing looking back and forth between the thing it's currently like grappling and pinning down and attacking and the gem? No. This thing is absolutely focused on Cyrus
Great,
and
okay.
is going to end him before finding a new thing to
Okay.
do. There's not a lot of like, I'm gonna multitask. I'm a
Okay.
spider.
Then I'm gonna go for the spiders that are up there.
Okie dokie.
Great. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna use my.
Do you want to move into melee?
Yes.
You have, again, nothing more fun than a paladin of the Matron of Ravens with haste.
Sick.
Fuck you.
I'm glad history repeats itself.
Yeah.
Get it again.
Amazing. We love it.
You
We love
said
it.
that, and I felt a fear, and I went, I understand Matthew Mercer better than I ever did before. My God.
You're finally in the brain.
Yeah, I just never
I'm
win.
gonna roll to hit. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening when I beat out for blessed.
That's too real.
For blessed, is that's for attack rolls?
Attack rolls,
Okay,
yeah.
sick. Great.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're good. We'll
I
say it
was-
again and again.
okay,
You're
cool.
perfect.
All right, so that is a 17 to hit.
Absolutely
What's the
hits.
D4?
Yeah, well, I think it. What do I need to do more? Or okay, so
It's up to you.
19 to hit.
It
It
hits just
yeah,
as much
okay,
as
cool.
it before.
Great, awesome. Okay, cool. And then it's gonna be 1d8 plus 2. That's a 4, so that's a 6. And then I'm gonna add my passive divine smite. And that's gonna be another 1. So it's gonna be
Total of 7.
that's what that is for sure.
Yes.
The energy here is insane.
Yeah.
Cut it with it.
Okay. That's one attack.
Yeah, well how does he look?
You like slash into it with your crystal rapier, and you feel that the first hit, you feel like you like hit it across this like carapace, its armor, and then the blade slides into like the junction
Sick.
between thorax.
It's wearing armor.
No, it is armored because that's kind of how spiders are.
Okay.
You're good.
All right.
You're good. No one's like you. You're the most armored that's ever been.
It's wearing armor.
Yeah.
What?
I'm so sorry for implying that even a little bit.
For too long.
Yeah, I hate this energy so much. So once you slip it into the junction,
Yeah.
like you feel this thing, like you're cutting in and you're like, oh, I've really worked my blade into here. It is bloodied.
Sick. So I chuckle to myself internally, obviously, and then
And I'm assuming you're attacking the front guy.
I'm gonna attack that guy, but I also get another attack after, so
You
it doesn't
absolutely
really matter.
do.
It's neither
Are
here
you
nor there.
using it on the same spider, or are you trying to?
I'm
turn
gonna
and
no, I'm gonna
attack the
go
other
one and one, and then I'll go probably for my last. I'll probably do it again.
Okay.
That is a wait, 7, 12, 14 to hit.
14 just misses.
Are you kidding me?
Did you do?
No.
You did your blessing.
I did it. Okay, cool.
I was with the bless. Was with the bless.
That's
Yeah.
no fun for me. Okay, I'm
It's not
gonna
fun.
use my final action, my hasty boy.
Really quick.
Oh no.
As a reaction,
Oh,
this spider, like you turn the second spider behind you, you pull your crystal rapier out from the first spider. It's covered in this like dark purple, but somehow you have a sense of like there's no like black light around, but you know that there's like a weird fluorescence to this that you can't see, but you feel with the part of you that is divinely touched by the Spider Queen. Like there's something inside you, like the same place you go to when you use your divine sense, knows that there's like some extra funk on this spider. This is not a monster that exists in the world other than when the Spider Queen wills it and brings them here.
Gotcha.
And you turn and wheel your blade on the second spider. You attack. You aren't able to like hit that same junction between its like armored segments. And because you miss, this thing rears back while you're in melee with it. It's going to spit in your face. Please make a dexterity saving throw. The DC is 19.
Damn.
But you have advantage on dex saves because you're hasted.
yeah, I do.
And you have the blessing.
And I have bless.
And you have bless.
That's an 11.
Okay. And then do roll.
I love
Oh no, it's a
bless
14. That's a 14.
so much. It's really good actually.
15.
Okay.
And then please be more. 16. 17, 18, 19, 20.
Yes, more.
Heck yeah.
With a 20.
I get that it spits into my mouth and then I right back in his face. Toy.
Nice.
That's hardcore.
I eat spider shit
So
for
cool. It
breakfast.
absolutely
That's
happens.
some high desert shit.
That
That
is
is what
some
that is.
That is exactly what that is. You take it, you swish it, you give it back, baby.
Yeah.
You feel that like there is something inside of it touching the like this would have poisoned you if you weren't able to reject the whole of it. So you do not take the poison condition. but you still take 15 points of poison damage. Oh, I'm sorry. What part of I'm not fucking around anymore are you not hearing? You missed the rest of it. It would have been worse.
Wait, did we take damage at the beginning? We took psychic damage, right?
You took psychic damage.
We took
so
14,
all right,
so
I
another
need to add that.
So
in.
yeah.
All right, well.
And I also
Nice.
need 2 concentration checks to maintain your haste.
Yes.
Okay, what is the
Both
concentration?
of both of them are for they're just a 10.
You just have to roll.
So you just have to roll over 10 twice. D20.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a 9.
yeah.
You're gonna make it because you have to add in your con.
We're gonna go with great.
It's I rolled a 4.
Oh,
So it's a 9.
just 9?
Wait, saves.
Yes.
Plus
Correct.
3. 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, first one makes it. Second one, roll lower.
18.
Okay.
Baby. So that definitely makes it.
Okay.
You maintain your haste.
Thanks so much.
You're
Honored to be
so
nominated.
welcome.
Happy to be here.
So great. Stay here. Keep going.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take that hasty action, and I'm gonna try to hit the guy, the one who spit in my face.
Yeah.
Sick.
Okay. You aim for back spider.
I'm so
Who's like,
I'm
Come
so
on, baby. Come on.
pissed. That's a 10. So that's 17 to hit.
Plus D4.
Oh, okay.
it hits.
Okay. I'm gonna add the D. Oh,
Just so you
19
all
to
know.
hit.
The AC for the spiders is 15.
Cool. Great. So sweet. Okay.
Playing the part of Caduceus over here.
Yeah. No, I love it.
The-
Thank you so much.
The D4 Clippy. It's great.
Of course, Caduceus would do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So 1d8 first.
I love you. I love you with my whole heart. And I hate Bless.
Come at me.
That's an 8. So that's 10 damage, and then I get to add my passive divine smite. That's a 7.
Nice.
Amazing.
So I don't know what
And
that
your passive divine smite happens every time you hit?
Oh, let me look.
I think it is.
I think it is it.
We just
Well,
like
it is
making
passive.
sure everyone understands their
Let me look at
abilities
this.
the whole time.
Yeah, it actually says fuck Abria.
I customized it so it would say that. I like it.
What different is that?
It actually says whenever you hit with a melee
playing?
weapon attack,
Yeah.
the target is an extra D8.
6th edition is weirdly mean.
Specifically,
It's really
Go to a different
specific.
level.
Yeah, I don't.
8 plus 7?
yeah, 8 plus 7.
Okay, 15.
Yeah,
Total 15?
yeah, 15 damage, baby.
Amazing. The spider in the back. You see the way in which you missed in this thing rearing back, going, bleh, bleh. I didn't like it spit in my face. You're able to catch it on its underside and work your way in between like bits of its carapace. And you sink your blade deeply into it. There's no scream. There's no sense of a thing alive feeling its life force drained away. I think you understand better than you ever have before that this thing is only real and called in by a god. So it's simply going to fight until it doesn't exist anymore or it wins.
Or the god calls it back, like says like. No
Yeah,
more.
that's a thing she could do too, but probably not.
Obviously not now.
Probably
She's
not,
busy.
Is this an okay time for me to?
What a question!
Is this an okay time for me to be like Raven Queen? Tell me what to do, or Matron of Ravens, tell me what to do, baby.
What does it look like? Like you've run so quickly, you scrambled up here, you're on the edge of this like bubble of darkness inside of which is Opal, unseen, but you can feel the change in her. You can feel the change in this place. You hit both spiders. They are doing badly.
Yeah.
What does it feel like as you reach towards your patron, the matron? I didn't mean to do that, and I'm sorry.
My patron, the matron of ravens.
Watch out for my album. It's dropping at the end of this episode.
Produced by Lynn.
I think
Liza.
I think it's interesting because there's something that feels inherently wrong about destroying something that was made of a god, especially because I'm now in servitude to the matron of ravens.
Ooh.
And so there's weird feelies. Like I think Morgan's a very primal person, especially being from the Feywilds. Like she's like that was her instinct, but then sitting there and covered in whatever it is, like spider blood and acidy goo, she's like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Is this wrong? Should I let this happen? I don't know.
You reach out. Give me a persuasion check.
That's
16.
16. you reach out with all of your feelings of like confusion and even warring with the like discomfort you feel attacking things that are so clearly of the gods. There is the part of you that understands fight, the feral bit of you. You remember a bit of your home and all of that wars within itself.
I would say she even looks down at the spider blood. I'm assuming they bleed.
Yeah.
Like Ichor or something. Ichor.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it either.
No one knows how to say it. It's impossible to know.
She would probably, especially because blood magic is like a big proponent of the Matron of Ravens and all that. Like, I would say she even would look down and maybe slice her hand a little and mix it with like. Do you know what I mean? Like am I a thing of the gods too? Like, am I no different from these spiders? Like, am I the same?
Please take inspiration as your blood mingles with that of a
And it
creature.
burns.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. And you see, Susan. And the mixing of the two, your blood, this thing's blood or goo or whatever life force, you kind of turn and it's like a Rorschach. Like, image appears wide, 2 points, slit, a mask. That which you know to be the visage of the Matron of Ravens. And you send out not words in a question, but a question nonetheless. And you feel the answer. What do you hope to do? I understand the fighting. These things are abominations created by a betrayer. Defend your life. But why are you fighting?
Because I just thought that was what I was supposed to do.
I have made you. I have given you martial prowess. I have offered you magic to serve my aims. Perhaps it is my fault for not telling you the stakes. There is a being, a beast, a monster that followed my siblings. And here you feel a little strangeness as the Matron of Ravens, who you know was once a mortal that walked this world in the time before the calamity. As she tries to hold herself at the status of her brethren, this thing followed them, chased them, and threatens to return. I have no love for the Spider Queen or her working, but she fights now to defend her life. And I serve life and death. And that means so do you. Morgan Ferris, why are you fighting? And what are you fighting for?
I don't know. I need you to tell me. Am I to become your abomination?
You are no abomination. And what was asked of... And you feel a flash inside of you. The name Georgina quickly walked back. Opal.
Oh. I don't think I knew that was your name.
She didn't mean to say it. The Matron of Ravens has a strong thing about names. And it goes, ooh, my bad.
She a Virgo?
She is a Virgo. That's canon. When she agreed to wear the vestige, she knew or didn't consider what that would entail. I have not asked that of you yet. And it is a conversation. What she agreed to. She agreed to. So you have a choice to make. I can tell you. Should I tell you?
Yes. Please tell me anything.
You feel it like a rushing. A raven is a massive thing up close. And it's like a bird frenzied. In your face, you feel pecking at your eyes and your mouth, wings flapping, talons clawing. Run! This is not where you die. I did not make you mine to fall here. And then all of that flapping goes away, and the thing you are aware of is the cool, dispassionate visage, the removal of the matron of ravens again. She showed you something deep within her that she did not offer lightly. Panic. And maybe a hint of cowardice. And the blood trails away. No longer a face, no longer a portal or a connection. And you are yourself again, and here and now in a fight.
I'm gonna use the remainder of my move to just move out of range of the spider.
Knowing that moving out of the range of the
will
spiders
provoke an
will
opportunity.
incur opportunity attacks, do you continue to do so?
No, I'll just stay. I want to finish the last one off.
Okay.
At some point. Thanks.
You good? Yay! Next up is Dorian! We're having a great time.
We are. Everything's fine.
So good.
Really light in here.
It's super light. The energy in this room is not fucked.
I love this game.
Dorian's frustrated at himself for his failed attempt to dispel that darkness is eating at him because he had a engagement with the spell before that went his way, and he feels like it's beating him this time. But he can't help but see his sweet, sweet idiot brother being tackled by a spider over that dome.
Yeah.
So, how far away would you say that is? Ish.
Okay, I can ish. Oh, bless you for asking an ish
ish me.
question. We'll call that 60. It's like 55 to 60.
Okay, great. So he's going to just hover straight up from where he is, just so he can get over the top of the dome and kind of see what he's looking at.
Sure.
And he's going to look down at Darrington and say, "All right, old friend, call it. Change up, sinker, or fastball."
Oh, I mean, fastball sounds the most fun, so I'm gonna say I probably go with a fastball, right?
Deal.
Why is every game I'm in someone invents fucking baseball?
And he is going to look, and he's...
ball, technically, and it was Chris Perkins.
There you go.
Chris Perkins turned me into a werewolf in my private campaign.
Really?
Yeah, he's the reason I'm a
What a dick.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry or you're welcome. I don't know where on the monster fucker spectrum you lie.
It's very to the right.
He's gonna get a light on the spider on top
Yep.
of his brother. He's got this little row of diamonds that sits in his thing, but there's only
His thing? His what?
His chest plate has been bedazzled previously, but there's one.
He's wearing armor.
Yeah, there's only one left, and he's gonna tink it off his shoulder, grab it, and because you said fastball, there's gonna be just this energy of like sound crackling from his hand, and he's gonna try to cast chromatic orb. Yeah.
No, thank you. What if I say no, thank you? Does it have to?
Does it have to?
If I don't wanna?
Well, yeah. You want to fight about it, or I can't?
Like a Bria fight about it?
We're about to find out. Does a does a 26 hit the spider?
Just barely.
Okay, good.
Dorian's done it. He's finally hit
A thing.
a thing.
I had to do it once. Last time he launched this, it was lightning, but he's working on something new. It's the essence of a storm, but it's just sound, but like sound solidified into matter, and it sort of rumbles in his hand, and even faster than lightning at the speed of sound that might not be scientifically correct, and launches through the air straight at that Spidey.
Okay.
Nice, Spidey.
Please hit my little guy.
I'm gonna do my best. Fuck. 17.
17 points?
Yeah, 17 points of damage. Of thunder damage.
Thunder.
Yeah. 3d8.
Do I want to be mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always got me.
Play fair, but
You
be
picked
mean.
a thing
Yeah?
that sort of implies an AoE.
Okay. Yeah.
In a way that a lot of the other ones don't. It's hard for one person to hear thunder, you know?
All right.
Yeah.
I didn't pick the thing. Darrington picked the thing.
What'd I do?
Hey, you don't leave it to chance.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Stickball.
Little RTS is fun.
We'll let Darrington roll. So you're gonna roll a d20 for me.
Cool.
You're gonna pick high or low.
Oh.
Right now, pick.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
12.
The one time you rolled I take it! I got your friend!
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
It's gonna be great. It's going great.
Okay,
You got
yeah,
this.
This
good
is
job.
going
Hell yeah.
so good.
Oh, man.
You send your magic out, and it seems to like build momentum. You can feel it. It crescendos as it slams into the wall of this spider, and you can hear it and feel it in the way that someone that is musically trained can like tap on a table and be like, oh, I understand the resonance of this thing. It hits that like external carapace, and you can feel in the resounding thunder wave within it that you've done something to shake it at its core. But in your zeal, in your moment of triumph and your bonding with your buddy, your brother below you, below it, is also going to take those 17 points of thunder damage. Cyrus howls. While the spider simply, like you see it like recoil on itself before it starts to stretch back out, and it's jerky. You see its like mouth almost gasping. It is bloodied, but you only have a sense of that by how much its bell has been rung by your hit. And your brother doesn't look great.
Hey, everything got okay up there?
I'm sorry. No. And I'm gonna immediately use my movement to fly to Cyrus.
Like, wait, uppies! Flies away.
Baby.
How much movement do you have?
Let's get as close as
Jesus.
I can.
Hammered.
I'm sorry.
I've got.
We weren't holding hands anymore.
I got 40 feet now.
40 feet.
So
Okay,
not
so that's
quite,
gonna put you sort of over the edge of the bubble.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna do that sort of here.
Yeah, that checks.
With a gentle mental implication that you're only 20 feet away, even though that's not what we're seeing visually.
Yeah.
I just want you to have eyes over the edge of that bubble.
Playing the fucking loot ball.
This is going great!
That ends my turn.
Bonus
Yeah.
action?
Great.
Nothing I can do. Yeah. Not really. Yeah.
Why don't you give me, sorry, really quick, and then I'll come to you. Why don't you go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw?
Pick my best stats.
Yeah, of course.
Are you within 10 feet of me?
No!
You do have bless.
Nurse.
Hiya.
No.
Unbelievable.
Add a d4?
Yeah. Still not gonna do anything.
Add 1.
And then subtract 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a 9.
A 9.
A 9.
You fly, and like the damage done to your brother, it's hard to shake off the effects. You can feel the magic of the Spider Queen touching you, but you cannot shake the visual of all of your friends and your brother. That sort of burned, charred, corrupted version of them. That's what you're facing on the battlefield now. And I think you wonder, without putting anything in your heart, but what your mind might give you as it struggles and scrapes together any sort of meaning or explanation for why what happened. Maybe part of you allowed the damage to Cyrus because better to rid yourself of the corrupted version of your brother than to let him move through the world. We're swinging big and we're swinging for the heart. Did you have something to add, my love?
Yes, I have rabbit hop.
Okay.
And I don't think I used my bonus action. And that does not provoke an opportunity attack. That was all I was gonna say.
I love you so much. I'm gonna
okay.
leave you here for now, but keep that for the future.
Because I can use that later, and that's
Yes.
what I realized
That's
right
great.
after I interrupted you twice.
No, it's okay.
So I'm gonna-
I love you, and it's
We're not
perfect.
gonna get spanked or anything. Let's go.
No, it's a good thing to note and clock, and now we're all aware of
Yes,
it. So
now
just in
everyone's
case,
aware of my rabbit hop.
Yeah, and we can all like keep that on the table for you. So you're good.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're great. Next up, Friederichs.
Okay, so
It's going really good, actually.
I can tell. Okay, so stuff on the field. I see Cyrus looking completely fucked up, but I see Dorian can see him. So
Yeah,
I feel like
you saw
he's-
that Dorian also fucked up Cyrus.
I didn't mean to, but I know he's learning. I see Moore is doing fine because I can see around that dark. Right, I can see her, right, or not?
You know what? I'm gonna say that you've got probably an angle on part of her.
Okay.
But you see that she's like
She's up and running.
She's up and running, and that she landed a couple blows. She's
Okay.
holding a benastied rapier.
I can see Baby Boy up there.
Baby boy.
The only person I cannot see is Opal.
Oh, that sucks so much.
Fucking sucks. So.
What you gonna
Okay,
do
sorry,
about
I
it?
have to ask lots of questions.
No,
There's a lot going
this
on
is
here.
great.
So, the last time I spoke to the Wild Mother, I sensed you said fear. That was the final thing. A little bit of fear as she put the wall of wind up in front of me.
Yes.
I just want to say out loud, I'll say it to her. You sent me here to protect them. You found me when I needed help, when I needed direction. Let me help her, and I will return to you. I will do whatever you ask. But let me bring her from these awful queen's clutches. Please, I will come to you. I will protect you from whatever it is.
Give me a persuasion check.
Not my strongest
Or deception if you're
step.
lying.
Not my strongest step.
Oh,
That's
am I
cocked.
finally making you?
Thank
Am
God
I
that was cocked.
finally making you roll not your best thing?
Yeah.
Great, we did it.
17 plus 3 is 20.
Not me, great. Shut up.
No, it wasn't because it was cocked over there. Thank God it was cocked.
Sure.
Did you add your bless?
No.
Oh, no. It's just
I didn't
Ability
add
check.
that.
Even I did
doesn't-
it.
It doesn't add to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20.
You feel something in the wind change. And everything gets a little still. And you smell, for the first time in a long time, the like heavy scent. Orchids and plant life and water that reminds you of the southern reaches of Taldore when you would move to and from Kunira. She reaches toward you, and you feel an opportunity, an offer on the wind. She is not speaking to you now. Do you commit yourself to the Wild Mother fully without the conversation of what that might entail? And I will say, above the table, feel no obligation to do this. I am not bullying you into it. So don't fucking come for me.
No, I know. I know the Wild Mother to be a... No, she's not fair. No, she is not good, but no, she is not evil. I know her to simply be... She protects what nature wants, not what these aberrations and these abominations are in the world. And I believe that the Spider Queen Okay, I'm just talking my way out of this. I don't know.
That's okay.
Opal hear any of
This is hard.
This is inside. Unless you are externalizing this across Rary's telepathic bond, this is happening entirely within Friederichs, like heart and mind.
Well,
and
I
as
said
you
I was saying it out loud.
Oh, you're
What
saying
I said
it?
was out loud. I don't know
Sure,
about what
but
she...
the part that you're
Oh, the
thinking
part
right
that I'm
now,
thinking
I
right
think
now?
Opal is asking if she can hear
I
it.
mean, aren't we all on telepathic bond? Is that a thing? Are we all
Telepathic
here?
bond, I think it's also about what you're trying to communicate versus what
Yeah.
Oh, what you
like,
choose. Like, you're
it's
like,
not
tap, tap,
everyone's
is this thing
errant
on?
thoughts.
Correct,
Like,
yeah, that would be
kinda
so
gotta
dangerous.
Yeah, what are we having for dinner?
You've been taking
Ooh.
psychic damage from having Dariax on the slide.
oh my God!
Fair,
It's just the girl from Ipanema on a loop.
Straight up.
elevator music, just
The moment you think about the Spider Queen and the thoughts aberration and abomination, you feel the scent get stronger in agreeance. But then you also hear or think or feel like a second shoot punching out of like long dormant earth as the spring resumes next to its friend, sister. Not yours, hers. That whatever you think of the Spider Queen now, she is, the Wild Mother is making it clear that there is a connection between the prime deities and the ones known as betrayers. That was action. But who they are and what they are to each other is family.
I don't know if I have to make this decision now.
You don't gotta. You could do some punches.
Yeah.
Precious Simmer.
Fuck it. How far is that jump across from where I am to the darkness?
To go
Into
from
the-
here to darkness,
Yeah.
20 feet.
And how do I know what my jump is? Is it half my movement or what is it?
Oh God, there's a little thing on there.
Does it say on here?
Oh, what's the like, whole Effects Labs horizontal leap? I'll
It's
find
all
it.
weird.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I've
No, you're
I've
good, you're
asked
good.
So many questions.
No, this is so good, and it's a thing. It's like one of the few things that my brain doesn't automatically
Yeah,
calculate.
I remember trying to look it up and not even being able to find it.
Yeah. It's it is something to do with your, it's like your height, time.
Long jump is like move at least 10 feet on foot before the jump.
Yeah, this is from
Standing
this is
jump. There's
standing
nowhere for
broad
me to
jump.
run from.
I don't think you've got more than 10 feet in standing broad jump unless you have an ability that allows you to be very good at jumping.
Well, I could spend a key point and double my jump distance.
Oh, sure.
If
you spend a key point, you can get there.
If I needed to, but it sends me straight into darkness, right?
Yeah, and you'll land in darkness, but you have seen, like, look, you've rolled a very high intelligence check. We know Friederichs is incredibly smart. I will say that, like, if you spend a key point, I'll allow you to make the jump into darkness. You don't know what has changed inside of darkness since you left, but you know where the ground is, and you didn't hear or see any sort of erosion that would suggest that the ground isn't there
Right,
anymore.
right. Okay. So I will do that. I'm going to.
How many key points do you have?
I think I have 12 left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, spend one.
I'm going to spend a key point. I see
just
that
got
face.
the dirtiest fucking one.
I see that face. I know that face.
Do it.
Okay, so I'm going to spend one key point and jump across, directly across to where I am, and in the sort of the direction that I feel like. Why am I half-act doing this accent? It's kind of there. It's kind of not. It's very hard for me not to think like Friederichs without the accent. It's a part of who she is.
Yeah.
Do it.
And then just directly just charge in the direction that I remember Opal to be being at, whatever I can, with arms wide and telescoping staff out, and I just want to tackle if she's there. I want to tackle whatever is there.
I would say, go ahead and give me a history check with disadvantage.
History check. 16 plus 1 is 17. 12.
Okay. The total of 12, you remember the last time Opal was visible to you all, she was standing here. You didn't hear nor did you see her slide back
across
the darkness. So you would just run straight forward there. Is that what you would do?
No. I'm just gonna run in the direction that I jumped, which was straight across. Just run across the darkness, but still with my arms out, if I can.
Go ahead. We have to honor the fact that you are in magical darkness.
Correct.
And the fact that to get to here...
I went in that direction.
Yeah.
Right, so I would run into a tree. Okay.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
18 plus...
Plus a d4?
Fuck you.
21.
A 21, I will give you a straight shot in this direction, but you will not, like, trip and hit the rocks.
Okay.
But I cannot, in good conscience, give you the, like, straight shot towards
No,
Opal
that's
since
okay.
she slid across.
In that
and you would have
case-
landed in the direction you thought she was facing.
Right.
So a forward run would move you.
So that key point is what is this? It is a bonus action, right? That step of the wind.
Step of the wind is a bonus action.
It's a bonus action. Excellent. I think I can do this. I'm going to say in my head. No, you don't have to move her. Leave her.
You said you ran forward.
No, I'm going to keep it back.
Okay.
Sorry.
All good.
Because I change of plan.
Why
I'm
would
going
you
to
know
say
to
in my
change the
head.
plan?
Huh?
Why would you know to change the
Because I can't see anything.
Okay.
I thought somehow that there would be something right there.
Mm-hmm.
If you say no,
No,
then
you're good.
Okay, then I'm going to say in my head to Opal, I am sorry, sister. I am going to cast Fireball. I'm going to cast it with myself as the epicenter, which should get the whole darkness area plus that spider and theoretically the other spider, right?
What's the range on Fireball?
20-foot radius.
No, it's 20.
Well, does it hit?
PTSD about fire.
Radius.
It's
though.
gonna hit.
Counterspell.
Good girl.
I'm sorry too.
You see her begin to cast a spell. Your hands move. You summon that energy deep within you, the part that is a genasi that connects to fire and heat, intensity. And as you reach out to extend it over your head, knowing full well that you would catch yourself, probably Opal, and definitely Dorian, you feel just a little bit of relief as a cool gust that turns cold and sticky, like webbing over your hands. Counterspell from Opal.
All right. Can I finish my movement then?
In what direction?
I would like to go along the edge to the side, out of the darkness. And if I do
What's your
see those
movement?
gems, what's my movement? It's 50 feet, but I did Step of the Wind, so it's
100 technically.
100 technically. Do I see those fucking, do I see those? And I'll get behind that bush if I can.
You want to get over here?
Yeah, just get behind, find some cover.
Yeah.
Ah, Fira, there you are.
Damn.
Opal's jaw split. She's getting all sorts of crazy weird. She's a spider and it's scary.
I accept.
What?
I don't know what I offered, but I'm glad you went for it.
No, she said it out loud too. You know, I didn't pay any attention to him. Is basically it.
Gotcha. No, it makes
It's very like coded.
Yes, exactly.
Have.
I love him very much, but he's not. He's fine.
I'm just talking out loud now.
All of you over here feel that heady scent that you have not smelled since the jungle began to give way to more manicured grasses and trees and flowers. And your darkness is dispelled, Opal.
Yeah.
You can see her again.
Oh, the whole four vanishes. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
And that, with that, something has been sealed within you.
Into the club, bitches.
Opal. Do you want to go? Do you want the Spider Queen to go?
Oh, I'll go.
Or do you want Ted to go?
Oh,
You got so many options.
Is it my technical turn or
No,
Okay.
this is like
Then
legendary
Ted
actions.
can go. Ted can go.
So just so you know, Ted's inside you.
Okay.
So are you giving the reins over to Ted to make a choice?
Yeah, because I trust Ted. Should I not?
Okay. No,
Wait.
I think this
You
is so
said it,
fun.
you said it.
Yeah.
Hey, we've allowed people to walk a lot of shit back. I think you are deeply aware of like.
I'd rather anybody go, but
Drive
the
it like you
Spider
stole it,
Queen.
y'all. Make hard choices and run with it.
I think the reasoning behind that is.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, I'm trying.
I think the reasoning behind that is Opal is kind of like still trying to figure out what to do. You know what I mean? Doesn't really know, really doesn't want the Spider Queen to go. And I think that she understands that Ted's instinct is to protect her, but Ted is still a half of her. I had a tequila shot, you guys. It's fine.
It was water.
I think that she knows Ted's heart and like can also say like, can you like back me up while I think about something to do?
Give me an insight check before you make this choice.
Okay. That is a 10.
You reach out, and what you get back from Ted as you turn the eye inward with a 10 is that Ted is in full tunnel vision, fight or flight. Everything inside of her is bent on keeping you up and alive. And it feels like when you reached out for your sister to say, can you give me a second? I need to think. And the like feeling you got was like suddenly holding a leash as a dog like is tearing at wants to be let loose on something.
Okay, never mind.
I don't think you have a strong belief that Ted's cool, calm, and confident.
All right,
right
so
now.
never
But
mind.
you could let her go.
No, never
It would
mind.
be fun for
Everyone
me.
can see me, right? So I'm gonna use one of my Mystic Arcanum spells. I'm gonna cast Mass Suggestion at 6th level.
Okay. I love it here.
Do you?
I mean,
know.
obviously, yeah.
And I'm going to say to everyone. What am I gonna say to everyone?
Is there a range on that, or does
No,
that
it's
just hit everyone?
60 feet.
Oh God.
It's okay.
Can I reach everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, this isn't. This is gonna be what it is. It's probably not gonna work.
You know what? Hold up. Let's get the roll first.
Do I have to roll?
No, everyone does.
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
What's the difficulty?
17.
18.
Oh, is it 18?
Yeah.
It's 18.
Remember, you have a 20.
Yes.
now.
Yes. 18.
My wisdom's in. Okay,
When
20.
it says, just to clarify, when it says +3 on
Oh,
saves,
plus
am I
your
then adding
bless.
that, or is that added in?
You're plus Ocho.
It should be rendered into
rendered
whatever your
into-
saving throw
right,
currently
just wanted to make sure. Sorry, what's the save?
18.
Haven't
And
been
it's a
through around
wisdom,
yet.
okay.
Yeah.
Haven't gone yet.
Oh hell yeah. Okay.
Don't forget your blaze.
24.
That's what happens when combat stints.
Rolled off the 18 onto a 5.
How'd you do?
18.
Pizza.
15.
I only got my 2 little bimbos.
You feel, for the first time, your magic catches Darrington and Dorian like flies in your web. Make your suggestion, Opal. You get 2 sentences, so you gotta
I
really,
know.
keep it tight, baby.
Can I give 2 options in my 2 sentences?
No. It's not mass conversation. It's a
No,
fucking
but 2
suggestion.
options in 1 sentence. If I can whittle it down to 1 sentence, can I give
No.
2 options?
Tell us what to do. We're your meat puppet boys.
I love you so much. Nar. Stop it.
Just say kiss.
It would make the man so happy.
Make out. As a bonus action, make
Yeah,
out.
I cast AO3 at 9th level.
Nice.
Oh, you've summoned them now.
They were already here.
Opal, what's up?
Oh,
Oh, baby.
You still in there? Do I hear something? What is that? Is that my friend's voice?
can't
tough, right? Because she's. What percentage would you say Opal is in herself? Like, how much is who's a winning? Is it Opal that's winning, or is it the dark thoughts that are winning?
Right now, I am happy to say that like this is Opal casting. The Spider Queen is giving because you have chosen yourself to do this thing. It is Opal casting a spell. But know that if the Spider Queen doesn't like what you do, it will get worse.
Just walk away. Go see Aura.
I trust you. If you're still in there, I trust you. As he starts putting his healing spell away.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Can I take it back?
Nope.
You can leave them on the battlefield. Do you want to? Do you want them to stay?
I don't, because I don't want to kill them.
So are you doing the most merciful thing you could in this moment? Opal, you're still in there. And you have chosen the path of preservation. Darrington and Dorian have been with you since the beginning. They know your name. They fought with you to save Ted. And you know if they stay, what will happen, either at your hands or Ted's or hers.
Yeah. Go see Aura.
Do we have any kind of like recompense against this, like any kind of checks or any kind of anything we can do?
The spell lasts 24 hours.
Oh come on. 24 hours?
It's 6th level. I guess you could counterspell it if you have that.
If you or any of your companions damage a creature affected by this spell, the spell ends for that creature. So if you are hit, this goes away.
Do any of us know this? Like those of us who did just nothing? Did she just nothing us, or do we have any
did we
sense
hear
of
it?
what
Did you say it
occurred?
out loud or in your head?
I said it out loud. I said it out loud to the people that are affected by the spell.
Everyone heard it. But you don't feel magically compelled to action.
Do we see anything with Dorian and Darrington?
Darrington, what do you do?
I haven't taken my turn yet, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She
We'll see.
simply turns and says, just walk away. Go to Orem. A strange moment. There is no other effect. Mark off the spell. And we continue to move forward.
Actually, it doesn't take a spell slot, but...
Yeah, you're right. That's on me.
This is the dad that
That's
really
my bad.
kind of punctuated everything.
Just the full, like,
I still have some spells
Candace from, like, Housewives, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
So good.
perfect. Perfect. Well, next up is Ted. I need you to make a strength saving throw to hold on to Ted's leash.
Oh boy.
Oh, good thing I have a -1 on strength.
Oh, great.
You have to beat a 14.
That's a 1.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
So that's a 0.
You rolled a 0?
Wow, impressive.
Didn't think it could happen. There's no 0 on the dice.
That's
Congratulations.
unfortunate. I mean, there is, but not in the way that you think.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You feel yourself let go of that leash. Who would she go for first? Weirdly. Who are you more afraid of being hit? Fear or I? Or Morgan? This is a hard day for you.
Yeah, no shit.
I know that. But making you pick the targets is the funniest thing I can
Okay,
think
well,
of.
I just know. I just know that Fiorai is like a tank. I love you so much. She'll be okay. So Morgan, I think she's not doing so well, right? You took like 30 points of damage. Yeah.
Bless you. So you choose Morgan.
Yeah. Oh no, is it some fucking reverse psychology shit?
No, not at all. Like, there's just a sense that, like, in your shared headspace,
Yeah.
you're like, it's okay. Friederichs is so strong. She's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And Ted goes, you're right.
No!
And
Oh,
no, that's what you did.
Walked right into it.
Yeah, no, there's nothing you walked into. I feel like that's what you said.
No,
I'm listening to what you said.
No, my gaslighter's a tequila shot. I don't know. It's been an hour. Why is it still working?
It's okay.
I'm so
She
sorry.
hit Ted first. So this isn't unfair. And you see Opal rush up to you. There's something in her that goes dark. It's like a shadow, instead of trailing behind, is leading up to you. And that's what reaches you before her body does. 3 sets of arms. 3 attacks.
Oh my gosh. Fuck. My AC is 20.
It's what?
What? My AC is
What's your-
20.
Okay. First one misses. Second one hits with a 22. There it is. Natural 20.
Oh my god. Okay, all right.
Thank you for these dice. You're a very nice fan. Sent me very good dice.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Second hit. Let's do it all at once. Yeah, she'll put a little more on that. Three sets of arms. The first attack that comes from Opal's like little opalescent daggers. They're clearly her hands. They're the ones in the middle of her body, and they just don't want to do this. And they swing wide in front of you. They catch a bit of your clothing. They glance off of your like newly gifted armor from your deity. Second set of arms. Ted's arms. Catch you. They reach a little a little farther and a little faster with that like dark shadow blade, and it cuts across your midsection. You take, well, no, let's do it. It is 2 different hits. 21 points of piercing, slashing damage.
Okay.
Third set of arms.
Q.
Dark, mottled skin. It's purple and sickly, like something that died a long time ago, but hasn't had the opportunity or moisture or desire to rot away. No weapon held. Just 2 long of fingertips ending in points grab you at your shoulders and tear down and away. For another 23 points.
Oof.
Of piercing damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Come on.
Plus the 1d4.
What's the save?
Plus 1d4.
What's the save?
20.
20?
20.
I rolled a 2.
Mm-hmm. You can still get it. You add 47 things.
And I add 1, 3, 8.
You are poisoned by the spider queen.
I'm immune to disease. Does that not count as poison?
Yeah, she didn't give you syphilis.
I don't have chlamydia.
Bitch, you don't have the clap.
All right. How much poison damage is that for like each turn? Like, what's the?
So this is the poison condition.
Okay, what?
The additional poison damage will kick in later.
Oh, great.
Which unfortunately I don't get to give you now with her natural 20.
Okay,
so
cool. That's
you're
great.
welcome.
I should have rabbit hopped out of the way.
I should have rabbit hopped out of the way.
I need 2 Constitution saves to maintain Or, yeah.
What's the save?
It's just a 10 for you. Or it's a 10 and an 11 because I divided the damage.
And I get to use bless still?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
All right. That's an 18, so that's probably enough.
Yep, you're good.
Without
You don't roll.
Yeah, I don't need to be blessed. And that's a 5. So 5, 10, and then...
Just roll
11.
any number.
11.
You did it. As long as it shows up
Morgan's
on a
like,
side.
I'm still okay. Oh,
How are you
bad.
still fast? Oh my
It's
god,
so
it's
bad,
so
but
hard
I'm
to-
still standing.
As someone who has a lot of constitution spells, I feel like it's always easier than I'm experiencing in this moment, and that's sad for me.
Yeah.
Okay. That is Ted's turn. Opal, you're up.
Okay, I am going to...
Dirgax, you're on deck.
Good.
Oh, he didn't leave?
I haven't had my turn yet.
He hasn't had his turn yet.
What does that mean?
He hasn't gone yet.
He hasn't
No,
gone
and I
yet.
hear you, but does that mean my spell maybe didn't work on him? We don't know.
You have no idea.
We have no
All of this, like, we're living in like a weird liminal space where
Gotcha,
like
gotcha,
all of
gotcha,
this is
gotcha,
happening within 6 seconds, and we're kind of
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to walk over to Morgan.
She's already there. You're already there.
Okay.
Your body went when Ted took over.
Right.
So you're in front of Morgan, and you just punched some holes into her body, yaddy yaddy.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm going to very gently, as my bonus action, just touch her with the butt end of my dagger, and I'm going to cast Banishing Smite.
A gentle banishing smite.
What does that do?
Gentle
I've only heard of banish.
I just don't want to. I don't want her to die.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna hit a creature with a weapon attack before the spell ends. Your weapon crackles with force. The attack.
So the thing is, this spell's great, but you have to hit her first.
Okay. Wait. Actually, I don't know if I can use it. Is your HP under 50?
You can't ask, and she can't answer.
I think it is. Okay. We're gonna go.
You know how you're gonna get it under 50? You have to hit her first.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna take the butt end of my dagger. And I'm gonna hit her behind the knees.
It's so crazy that you're in front of her face and you're like, how do I get the back of her knee vagina?
Yeah.
Per our earlier conversation.
Yeah,
don't worry about it. You're not here for all of it.
It worked for Scott Pilgrim. It can work for you.
Yeah.
All right. Am I good to go, or do I have to roll to see if it hits her?
You gotta roll the hit, baby.
Okay.
Do you remember how your
Do
actions
you remember?
work?
No.
So you're gonna roll d20 plus 10 to hit with your dagger.
That's just a 17.
My AC's 20.
Doesn't it?
Okay.
So I guess, what does that mean? Maybe you're gonna die here?
No, the banishing smite requires you to have hit her.
Right, so I didn't. So that's it.
Okay.
So that's my bonus action.
So you didn't cast banishing smite.
Oh, I didn't!
That idea that you like,
Oh!
you are holding on to it
Great.
for when you hit her. Like, because you can hold on to this until it's the next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack. So now you have a banishing smite on deck on you.
Oh, wow.
Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Cool. So this is your new concentration spell that you've got up and you're like ready to pop off with. But you didn't catch her.
I didn't.
Okay. So your action was to attempt to tap her with a dagger.
Didn't do
You
it.
did a bad job.
I did a bad job, and now I've used my weapon, so that means I can't cast a spell or do a cantrip. I have to use my weapon again.
You've already, like, your bonus action was preparing the banishing smite.
So now I have
your
an
action
action
was
left.
attacking with the dagger.
Oh, gross.
So you've used your action and your bonus action,
Yeah.
and you've got movement.
Oh,
So
I guess I'm just gonna stay right where I am.
okay. So I just love the idea that like Opal attacked you, and then all of a sudden Opal said, "I'm sorry," tickled the back of your knee, and just is sort of there.
What is?
What do you think?
Big mixed signals.
Under promise, under deliver.
And Morgan's just bleeding all over
Yeah.
the place.
I'm
She's
sorry, I tried.
Fucking
I tried
crazy.
to banish you. It didn't work. It's fine. I'm sorry.
I've never wanted to be banished more
I know.
in my entire life.
I'm so sorry.
Anything else you want to do?
What can I do?
Movement away would potentially
No. I'm
incur.
gonna stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that is your turn. Darrington.
All right. So a lot's going down around here. As the magical influence has tempted to find me previously, looking about the battlefield and the chaos that's ensuing, watching the multi-armed, twice crowned over here slicing into one of our friends. But I trust she's got a plan. I just kind of shout at everyone, we gotta go. Opal says we gotta go. I trust she knows what she's doing. I'm gonna go ahead and cast at 7th level Mass Cure Wounds at a path just beneath where Dorian is, so I can get you and Cyrus and Dorian in it. I think I'm outside of 30 feet from him, am I?
Oh.
Shit.
I want to not give that to you. Oh god, this is the
Hey,
one.
play by the rules.
I'm not gonna play by the rules. You cannot make me. There we go. I got it here.
Is it just a straight line?
You made it.
I made it.
You made it.
Alrighty. It's a radius. I can
Let's
choose
go.
multiple targets in the area. That's
3d8.
not too bad.
You would, yeah, you would make it. I think Friederichs is just out of it.
Am I
It's
out
okay.
of it or?
23
No,
points.
it would also catch. Yeah, it would also catch Maury.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So 23 points of healing to Dorian, Morrigan, and myself.
Oh my gosh! Whoa!
And with that, I'm also going to start climbing down and start moving past Friederichs with the intent of just heading off the map that way over time.
Where
Like-
are you going?
We gotta leave. We're out of here.
What? No.
I'm just climbing down.
Just slowly making his way down.
I can't wait up to something.
I'm finding Orem. Don't worry. We gotta go. That's my turn. Actually, it's a bonus action. I turn back and be like, we got this. Give you an inspiration die.
I think I already have his bardic inspiration
Yeah,
from last
take
time.
it,
Can I
man.
take two?
By the way,
Can
when
I,
you
does
give
it stack?
Do I have 2 inspirations?
No, it
Does
only
it
you can only have one at a time.
Okay,
And you
so
only
I
have-
only have one.
Wait, so you have this.
Then I
I didn't know, but I spent it anyway.
I still have one.
Nope.
I didn't know any better.
You can't stack more than one like GM
Very-
inspiration.
Oh, okay.
So the fact that I was like,
Very
another one. If you didn't have one, it did something.
But you can stack bardic and
Yeah,
regular.
Bardic's is different, but like
I
still have
GM
one.
inspiration.
Oh, if you can stack bardic.
So
then I
you
can
do,
take-
so you
yeah,
get a
I do
D6.
Yeah, you
get
get it. You're good.
A D6?
D6 for me. I'm not a cool bird yet.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
I'll get there. Hey. People sleep on the recorder, man. I'm bringing it back. My jazz quarter. It's gonna be great.
Can I
Just
get?
killing myself. I'm a mess.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all.
I don't know.
Good thing my shirt doesn't show it at all immediately.
So hard.
Not at all.
looks nice.
immediately.
I'm a messy baby.
You're
I'm
a
so
messy
bad at this.
baby.
It looks nice.
Matthew, can I get a wisdom saving throw?
Yes,
from
you may.
Thank you.
I am blessed. That is gonna be 16 minus 1, 15.
Baby doll.
I'm rolling great, y'all. Oh, by the way, before I forget, this comment is brought to you by WizKids Minis. Ukatoa, painted and unpainted miniature is available now. It's awesome. You can join forces with the Mighty Nine and take on the terrifying Ukatoa, or just throw Ukatoa at your party and watch them scream as you destroy them with this terrifying underwater monstrosity.
I like
But you can order the behemoth today. Expand your collection of Critical Role miniatures at wizkids.io/crminis and your local game store. 15 wisdom saving throw. What? Am I good?
No.
Okay.
I will say though, you see a flicker before, like it's almost like if Darrington had any experience with TV where you're like turn a channel or like you turn the TV off and you have that like old school TVs, that like sort of burned in after image on the TV. You get a little flash of an after image as you're looking at Opal and informing Friederichs like, hey, here's a little inspiration. We've got this. Opal knows what she's doing. As you say that, you feel that little after image of what Opal actually looks like, not the massive drider that you saw. Different, 3 sets of arms, but not as bad as you see and believe and understand. It's like there's just adding that second compulsion, that bit of enchantment magic that sits on your mind, the signals are kind of starting to cross, and then it resolves back to the big spider drider situation. But for a minute, for a moment, you see things as they truly are as you continue to climb down.
Very confusing, but I'll sleep on it.
Buddy.
That's with her.
Okay. Spiders.
I got this. I got this.
Spiders.
Live to fight another day.
Let's go one at a time. And let's start with Cyrus. I'm sending someone home with a 19 on the die. That's gonna do it. The spider digs in, pressing with multiple sets of legs into Cyrus's chest. And though he is screaming and howling in pain from the thunder, from being pressed upon by this massive spider, his body gives way. A set of arms, pincers, into just at the juncture of his shoulders and his chest. The second pushes. It takes a little longer. There's more resistance as it pushes between the bones of his rib cage. But they sink down, and you all watch the spider over Cyrus drops down by maybe half a foot as its pincers make it all the way to the ground beneath. And Cyrus stops screaming. Well, that's all you know. Next up. It's one hit from a spider, and the second misses. Both of these spiders turn rounding on you. The first one, the one in the front, swings and hits the second one just a little too dazed and disoriented from you spitting in its face and then absolutely bodying it with your crystal rapier. First one does 14 points of piercing damage as you just get, it rears back, that same like surprise spider, and one of the lower arms, like you're looking up at the bigger arms, and one of the lower arms like uppercuts you and finds its way under your rib cage. Like these things are now like pushing towards vital organs, and you feel it like pierce in and pulls back. My other spiders are going to make their way over to Friederichs.
Come on, bro.
This one will come up too. You know what? No, I'll give it a chance. Sure. Second one doesn't make it. You see it booking towards you, Friederichs, and instead it goes over to the gems and crushes them. And Opal, you don't remember. You remember deciding that an opal was your favorite gemstone one day in Byroden. So pretty and interesting, and there's something in the that milkiness of them. They're a little mysterious in a way that just colored gemstones aren't. The cloudiness, the thing that's obscured in them is like a part of it. And you remember that suddenly. And you are suddenly aware that you don't remember what you were called before you chose the name Opal. And that's gone from you. Friederichs. Does a 21 hit?
It sure does.
Hit a monk. It's my only goal in life is to hit a monk once. I finally did it. You take 11 points of piercing damage. God, you're gonna negate somehow with your 96 things. I hate it here. Monks are hard and scary. Same thing. This spider rears back, and one of its top arms is going to push down through your trap at the top of where your neck meets your shoulder. Like you feel it slide past your clavicle as it reaches for something. Aorta, where blood moves. These things, and I think you know it because of your connection to the wild mother, suddenly stronger, that these things are abominations, but they are still based on things that exist in nature, and nature knows how nature lives and how nature dies. And this thing is reaching for vital parts of you, getting past your little carapace, and seeks to end you.
You can't have me either. It's not a missile. So you can't deflect it.
It's not a missile. Sorry. It's not a ranged attack. This thing is right up in your grilly grill.
Okay.
Here.
Just look at that way it reacts.
And there's
You
my
also got
one.
this cool little spider guy in the front, too.
Right.
Yeah. That's my one last little fuck you.
Is the spider that's on top of Cyrus messed up at all? Or is he totally trapped?
Yeah, he took some damage from the thunder.
I'm trying to figure out how strong these spiders are, but I don't.
You almost ended those two, it feels
You
like. They were
bloodied
looking
two
pretty
of them,
bad.
and bloodies is usually DM code for like half damage.
Oh.
We know their ACs are 15.
Yeah. ACs are 15.
I can't read, so this is tough. And I can't do math. So
Thank God you're pretty. You all feel
different kind of pretty.
different, kind of like different.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a spider. This one makes it up
But you're so tall.
and
You're so
crushes
tall,
something else in you. Opal.
Am I up?
No, another spider makes it to another point and pillar of your personality.
Great.
And there's now a stranger inside you, and it's not the Spider Queen.
Who is it?
It's Ted. You don't know Ted anymore.
No.
And with a
oh
loud
my God.
What the
Excuse me?
This got people mouth.
He's got a people mouth.
I don't like it.
I don't like it in any way.
More
That's
buddy
that's pretty cool.
appears on the field, and you hear in your ears, Opal. Good. You're sending them away. Make sure they go, or I'll make sure they stay gone. As this massive spider, and with every step it takes, it seems to pierce into the stone of this ground, and it leaves a snail trail as it goes. Poison, acid, this thing actively corrupts where it is. And you are suddenly aware, I'm not gonna make you roll about it, because you are the champion of the Spider Queen, and this is simply known to you. She is locked behind the divine gate. And before she had you, this was one of the strongest shows of force that she could bring into the world of Exandria without violating the wholeness of that gate. So essentially, she brought in her secondary closer. A little bit for you, a lot of it for you. Keep going. And with that, we come back up and around. Oh no, Cyrus.
Wait, didn't you just get the pincers in him?
What's more interesting? If I roll or if you do?
Fuck you, I'll do it.
Okay. All right. Make a death save with disadvantage.
A dex save with disadvantage?
No, a death save.
A death save with
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Can you still heal someone when they're like...
17 and 2.
Thank God it wasn't a 1.
Yeah.
Dorian, I think you know, in whatever part of you knows your family like you know yourself, that Cyrus is dying. Back up to the top. The Spider Queen sits back in your mind. You know that this would be a time for her to like exert more influence. And what you feel from her is sitting back and watching to see what you do next. Do you do or say anything to her before we get back to the top? Maury, you'll be up. Dorian on deck.
Yeah. I think she says, I think you need me more than I need you.
Intimidation. Disadvantage.
Can I use my inspiration?
If you want to, call it now.
There
Save?
you go.
Huh?
Is it a save?
No, it's just an ability check that you're rolling flat now.
Yeah,
So
just
yeah,
the
so one.
roll.
Oh, just
Yeah.
one?
As you use your
It was going to,
Oh.
yeah, you negated what was going to be two, like rolling it twice. to
Got
take
it, got it,
this
got it,
one.
got it, got it. One. 15. 9 plus 6 is 15.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You feel her lean forward again. I don't know if that's true.
You've taken everything from me. I have nothing else to lose.
That's definitely not true. And your awareness is pulled towards Cyrus. As the spider, she activates her action. She rears back. The spider rears back. But what's the difference between them? Double hits. Hey Matt, what's the rule on like death saves when you attack someone while they're down and it's in melee?
Well, it's advantage on the attack roll.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think if it's in melee, it auto hits.
It does. Doesn't
Yeah.
auto crit?
It's in the auto crits, yeah.
Yeah. And a crit would be
Two death saves,
Two
yeah.
death saves.
Yeah.
And that would be because you failed it. That's
Yeah.
all three, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. Opal. You are not looking at Cyrus, but you cannot help but see it. And you feel it under your own hands like it was your daggers and not the pincers of the Spider Queen's minions doing it. A punch. And blood rushes up. And then it slows because the heart pushing it stops. Cyrus Wyverwind is dead. And the Spider Queen leans in. Well, at least they know it wasn't your fault because you decided to run your fucking mouth. Who needs who? And even through it all, you cannot help but hear the slight shake in her voice. Morgan, you're up.
I had a plan. I had a whole plan.
Oh, give me insight or perception with advantage.
Okay, that's a 15. And then that's a, yeah, so 15.
You feel it because the goddess you serve is one of death and transition. You don't see, you could guess, but you know. You had. There were 6 of you and now there are 5. There's more, a depth of feeling, and you can feel like wings surrounding you and covering you. But she is hiding more of the information from you. It is enough to know that he is gone.
Okay, Morgan's been watching that like a hawk because that was going to be her next move. Is the spider still alive? That killed him? Okay, great. So I'm going to roll to attack. I'm going to rabbit hop, use my bonus action to rabbit hop. It's 25 feet, so I think I can get to the spider, right? Can I jump up in the air and over, or how does that work?
25 will get you Like if you angle it off, it'll be about here, and you'll still have a little bit more movement to get over.
Okay, because I just don't want to provoke an opportunity attack.
No,
That's
your
the
rabbit
reason.
hop will clear you of your 3 opponents.
Okay, so I want to rabbit hop down.
God, you rolled so good on that mass cure wounds too.
Okay,
and,
and then
you move all the way over.
Yeah, I'm gonna move all the way over. Cool. I'm gonna get in striking range, and then I'm gonna roll to hit. Yeah, I'm gonna roll to hit, and then I get a blessed busting, right? Are we still blessed, or did you? We're still
blessed.
We're still blessed. All right, let me.
Hashtag blessed.
Are you fucking
Stop! No.
Always blessed. Never goes.
6? What is it? 15? Is that?
Yeah, it's
7,
a 15 to
8.
hit it.
Wait. Oh God. 6 plus 7 is 13.
13
Plus 4.
4. So I hit.
You hit.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Do you want to roll both of your attacks on this?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll roll again.
Yeah, do it again.
That's an 11.
Plus?
Plus 7, so that's gonna hit.
Yeah, you're good.
So I have 2 attacks.
Yes, and they both land.
And they both land. So I'm sorry, I'm like,
No, it's okay.
Okay.
so I'll roll to hit twice with my rapier. Okay. Yeah, I think Morgan's just, she like had she was gonna do a whole thing. Okay, so that's a 7, and then that's an 8, and then I get 2 more because of my passive Divine Smite. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an 8. Ooh, and that's a 7.
27 is 30.
The wrath. You, Morgan, are devastated. But the wrath of your god shines through. Tell me how you destroy this spider that destroyed your friend.
I want to start stabbing him and never stop. I just want to I want to kick it off of him. And I just want to start. I don't want to stop until it's like minced meat.
You kick it, and it rolls off and away and exposes that underbelly. But I think before Cyrus slips off of it, you see where he has run through in 2 places. And his body slides away. And then you stab. And you destroy this thing. There's no glory in it. There's no justice or revenge. But it is gone.
And I watch as my blood mixes with the spider's. And I stagger up to my feet, because I think I was probably on my knees at this point, just like as close as I can. And I look over to the dick gems.
You said that with all of the heat? Damn, beautiful.
And with my haste, I use my second action to stumble over to those stupid fucking dick gems. And I grab them in my hands.
Every other one of these interactions has come with a memory specifically triggered. But Morgan, I want you to tell me what of Opal you save. It can be anything. You feel it as you grab those gemstones. You feel the parts of her, how many holes, like a tiara, cheaply made, where the gemstones fall out. Battered. You can feel the things missing. Her sister's name. Her own. Morgan, this fight is cruel. And your God doesn't even want you to stop it. But you can save it. Some part of her. Tell me what.
I just want her to know. I want you to know that no matter what you do here, you can always come back. ever be her abomination. You don't need to be. This is bigger than all of us. I love you. I love you too. And I'm sorry.
Is there anything else you want to do?
No, I think Morgan just keeps looking at all the blood. There's so much blood. And it's all over the dick gems.
Please take inspiration. Way to make a joke through truly the roughest shit.
You keep giving me inspiration, but I've never used it. So I just have one, and then it rolls over to
But you
another
have
one.
to use this inspiration, please. I'm losing my mind.
I think I did everything I can do. So, yeah.
I think you look down at the gems and the blood and blackness that mars those parts of opal that are left, and you look down at Cyrus's body. He was so fucking stupid. But one of the nicest people you have ever met in your time in Exandria. He was sincere in his kindness and awful with money. And truly the worst at cards you would ever see. You know exactly why he got into the money problems that sent him toward you. But you also know, because he told you, even as you cleaned him out for the fifth night in a row, that he had never had a better time than getting absolutely fleeced by the prettiest card shark he had ever met.
I actually do have one more thing, because I have more move action, right? I want to leave.
Yeah. You turn, and with an intention to go, as you turn your back on Opal, taking with you the dick gems and the sense that there is some part of her that the Spider Queen will never take away from her. You are joined at your side by the spirit of Cyrus. As your time with the Matron of Ravens is just beginning, but one of the duties of her chosen is to escort people home. And Cyrus will leave with you if you go. Do you leave?
I leave.
Morgan turns and leaves the battlefield. Wait.
And I take all the trees with me.
And you take one tree with you because you keep what you kill. Dorian. Oh God, Dorian, you're up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
I
good
think
time.
you've earned it, bud.
It's a good time for
You're allowed.
Yeah.
It's a stress piss. Brought to you by WizKids.
The best pisses
Wiz,
are.
that's
There you go. You get it.
Yeah. Am I still, because of Opal's previous spell from a while, am I compelled to walk away as her suggestion commands?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I buck against it? Is it a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try.
Technically, no, but
Technically, no? No,
I
tell me.
would say that perhaps seeing the death of your brother counts as taking damage sufficient to allow you a wisdom save at the top of your
damage.
Emotional damage.
What is the rule? I mean, is it when I take a big hit or
Hey, look at me.
Yeah.
The rules, whatever the fuck I say.
I was not questioning you. I was
No, I
just
know.
curious.
I know.
All right.
You asked an honest question, and I'm telling those of you out there that are like, fuck you.
Oh.
That hurt. Please make a wisdom saving throw. The difficulty is 18.
18. Oh wow.
You could do it.
I could.
You still have less.
I'll try. And bardic inspiration.
And
Yeah, if you haven't used the one I
DM
gave you.
inspiration.
No.
Yeah, you also still have your DM inspiration too.
I did use.
You
the
did
one.
use mine.
I thought I
But
used.
you still have
hey.
DM inspiration.
Look at me. Look
Still
at
have
me.
her.
Look at me. Eye contact.
Inspo.
You have DM inspiration if you want to roll this with advantage.
18. Boy, this is tough. Tough stuff. That's a 1.
Now you rolled
Yeah, you roll
advantage,
advantage.
though.
Yeah.
I know.
The DM inspiration.
Trash. 13.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess I think Dorian is so shocked he can't even like change levels. So he does what he's told, and he starts to walk away against his own will. His feet move, and he doesn't really feel as if he's walking. He's just moving through air, and he can't control his body. And I think he's thought about this before. I think when you only have a sibling, I think you sort of think about what it would be like to be without them. And I think he's surprised by his own feelings. And he feels like he would cry and break down and whatever. When he doesn't do any of those things, he's just angry. Like angry. Pure sort of anger.
At what?
Something ineffable, undescribable. He knows this isn't a person's fault necessarily. Maybe. It's resulting from a person's actions, but this is just the way things go when you live a life that's free. So he just starts to walk. Rule question. And he's seething. Can I do anything as I leave? Like, are my actions negated in my turn? Or can I continue to just do as told?
I mean, up to the DM.
Yeah.
You failed the save,
Sure.
but I like your anger. You can do whatever you want as you leave. My question to you, just a point of clarification on your way out. Do you leave in the direction of Darrington?
Yeah, I'm walking in the same path.
You say walking like you're not in the sky.
I imagine
I hate
baby.
like walking through the sky with
Excellent.
his
And
Sorry
I'm
about those two
watching,
princess delighting.
Exactly.
watching him overhead.
And he's sort of surveying the scene. This seething anger walking the only direction he knows how. And as he passes over this, I'm gonna kind of whisper to myself and whisper at this second in command that just was
big spider?
that was just summoned.
Hell yeah.
Sorry. I'm gonna cast 7th level Gaius and just say, kill your mother, and then keep walking. And it's a wisdom save 16.
Oh, I know how Gaius works.
I know. You put.
What is Gaius? What do you?
There's no king daddy compulsion worse. What's my difficulty?
It's a 16 wisdom save from the creature. Yeah. All right. It's been a night of failures. It's in your hands.
You whisper that. And you feel it hit. It takes effect. This thing now has one understanding. If it has the opportunity, if it has a shot and it does not try to destroy the Spider Queen. 5d10 damage.
Yeah.
That it can take once a day until the spell wears off.
And it.
No compulsion stronger.
And at 7th level, it lasts for 1 year.
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking amazing.
You hear something in your ear as you go. The last little taunt. She didn't stop the spell. Too focused, too at the edge of her victory to risk it all. To magically make her point, but she will add a little insult to injury as you go. It could have been you. And you could have put on the crown. Maybe it all would have gone differently. I wanted you first. You were too much of a coward to do what needed to be done. And now your brother is dead. And my favorite beast is turned against me. So I guess I'm gonna have to make Opal count, huh?
To respond, I just keep on walking and turn my back on the whole scene.
You wanna give me a little intimidation roll on the way out?
Yeah!
Nothing bad will happen if you don't beat
The idea that he just turns around and goes.
Turns back around.
Yeah. This might go like Jason.
I'm sure this roll will go the way the rest of the nights has.
It's not opposed.
Oh!
Just show me what you got.
19.
The images that the Spider Queen put in front of your eyes fall away. It's in a moment. There's something in that flex of not acknowledging her deceit, her lies, her ability to break hearts and turn minds. She attempts to cast despair and wants to see you bleed, and you don't offer that to her. And a creature, a monster, flinches at your disdain. And you go.
To the bathroom.
Yay! Everyone goes to pee when they leave the game.
I know.
I've peed twice. Listen here.
Sorry, bud. It's going great. Hey, Theater Guy, how you doing? Everyone's going fucking through it right now.
I just... So I
didn't do
don't...
any murders.
All right, just above table.
You
what?
did? Killed Cyrus!
Yeah, he's a... Yes, he's...
What?
Still a few of us on the board.
Thanks, bud.
So, how much has happened telepathically? Yes, I was going to say, what do I know has happened telepathically? Because I'm behind cover hanging with a spider.
Yeah, you
all I
and a
know
spider.
All I know is Darrington is taking off, and I don't understand why. And I'm yelling at him in my head.
Yeah, we gotta run.
Yeah, but
you heard Opal say that. You heard Darrington go like, "We gotta go, buddy.
I'm like,
Here's some
but-
inspiration." As he slowly climbs down and passes by those spiders unmolested. There's a narrative being built here by those actions.
Yeah.
Something powerfully magical happened.
Yes, and it's taken my boys. And did I see in the air Dorian's take off?
Fucking dipped.
Yeah, I
Morgan
saw him.
has dipped.
Can I say something to her telepathically? Is that a free action?
Interesting. You are kind of on the Spider Queen's shit list. So, I want this to be a charisma saving throw against a difficulty of 9.
Sorry.
We're
so
sexy.
Can I have it?
3 times. No.
For me?
I had inspiration 3 times.
Like 10. That's 15. I rolled a 5, but I have a plus 10 charisma. Thank God.
You punch a hole in the like webbing that the Spider Queen is like throwing in front of you to try to wall you off.
Yeah.
In this telepathic bond to your friends. Go ahead.
You're right. Trust me. Do as much damage to me as you can.
You have to say that louder. There's no universe. The microphones can't be that good.
These are pretty good. This is an ASMR episode now. ASMR episode now.
You gotta go!
Just
That was Darrington.
just do as much damage to me as you can. Just trust me.
And I hear it very much in her voice, the way she just sounded.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't someone else. This is her.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to run in a straight line toward her, I know I get the fighter gets an opportunity attack. That's fine. I know there's a ton of terrain, but I also have like
a scrillion movement.
Yeah, and acrobatics, and I have the walking up walls and across water and shit. So can I get to her?
Yes. Make a strength saving throw. As the attack this spider attempts is a grapple.
Okay, so 9 plus 10 is 19 plus...
I hate monks.
2 is 21.
Yeah, you make it. It does not do any damage to you. Because it thought it would roll better. It didn't roll bad. It got a 19.
And also, I just for flavor, like I am so angry because everyone is leaving, and part of me knows that they can't do anything about it, but I know there's no way. I just gave myself to the goddess to save Opal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm either gonna tear that shit off her head, or I'm gonna be fighting beside her for the gods.
Mm-hmm. What is your intention in this moment?
My intention in this moment is to grab the crown and pull as hard as I can.
Arcana, medicine, religion, or insight? Your call.
Insight. 21.
You are strong enough to tear this from her. She will not survive it. How badly do you want to free Opal Twice Crowned?
I'm going to just run up to her, and I'm just stop right at her. And reach for it, and hold it, and I know that it will pierce my hands.
You bleed freely.
What do you want? Do you want to go? I think they're in the same place. I will go beside you. I am here to protect you from anything, including myself, if you need me.
I want you to go.
Opal.
Yeah.
Insight, religion, nature, or medicine? Your call.
They're all trash.
Yeah.
Did you look before?
No, I know what those stats do.
12.
Which one did you go for?
They're all the same. So let's just. What were they? Yeah, what were they? Insight, religion, medicine, and what?
Nature.
Nature? I guess insight.
She is holding your crown. And you feel it grow a little wider. It reaches in, pushing past the bone of your skull. It touches your mind, and it touches your brain. And you feel it extend out, piercing into Friederichs. And it touches her blood. And that touches her heart. You are connected in this moment, and I think you see something. Or you know something. Her connection with the Wild Mother. Stronger than ever. Not what you have or experience. You are unique. In this world, there are only a couple like you. But she is as devoted to her deity as you must be now. And all of the gods of Exandria are bent to equal purpose in your estimation and belief. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna speak for Matt. He's on when he comes back with the side campaign.
You do what you want, Matt.
You do what you want with your little guy.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Darrington.
He's so deep in it.
Such a nice break for you, isn't it?
Oh, it's great. I just get to let go and
Let go, let it breathe.
Head empty, one brain cell. Working hard.
If you are fighting the same enemy, she can stay by your side. Even this, I think you could sell to the Spider Queen.
Anything that keeps her alive, I want to do.
Okay.
So
we're gonna enter into negotiations now.
Okay.
The three of us.
The
You, me,
one
and the
thing-
Spider Queen.
The one thing I can say is the second she says, I want you to go, I release the crown.
Okay.
But I'm not moving.
You release the crown, and you see where it has pierced your hands. And at the point it presses in, that dark black, it feels more like iron than bramble. You pull back just enough to see that where it has pierced you, it's given way to green, like the plant that it was before it was forged, or at least what it was imitating. Circlet of barbed vision. An awakened vestige has let you go at the Wild Mother's behest. And you feel yourself still pierced, still connected to Opal, and because you are connected to Opal, you are connected to the Spider Queen. And she leans in. Talk to me. Why is she still alive?
because you need her, just like you need me.
You know what happened the last time you told me what I need.
I know.
I am here for my God. And I believe she has similar purpose for you, even if she has different methods of going about it.
You can see and feel the Spider Queen's like, how the fuck did you get on this call?
Ticked up. Am I on? Did we do the three-way calling?
She knew the
Did it
conference
work?
called.
Yeah. Yeah, I joined the call, right? I joined
She's like,
the
how
call.
do I kick her from the room?
Now entering Friederichs. He's on the call.
Who gave her the meeting code?
Yeah.
Okay. What? Who are you? All right, I know who you are. What do you want? Other than to stick around like a bug I can't seem to squish.
If you won't leave her, and
I won't.
And I won't leave her. But if both of our...
Don't you have a sister to go kill?
No, I have a sister to walk beside.
I feel like I set you up for that.
The Wild Mother and you. I don't know how you are connected, but I know you are both in danger. I am here as a protector for Opal, and now for the Wild Mother. Which I believe means whether I like it or not. Our purposes are the same.
Persuasion check.
Got a bunch of inspiration.
If you roll below a 20... Don't roll below a 20.
Cool. Do I get to add all my thingies?
Add everything
Excellent,
you got.
because I haven't held all of the things
Yeah,
back.
buddy.
All right, so that's a 1, so that one's not gonna count because that's one of them.
Yeah, of course.
But I have.
That never happens. It never happened, bud.
I have inspiration.
Never
so let's
happened.
roll that again. Can I add my bardic? Do I have to say ahead of time that I'm adding my bardic?
No.
Okay.
You're good.
That's a 2.
How do you get to reroll?
Where are the rolls coming from, bud?
That's
you got
it.
the
The
reroll
reroll
from
was
using
the
your
inspiration.
Yeah.
So you got a 2 the second time?
Yeah.
No, our queen of high rolls.
They had to run out sometime.
Now here's the thing. What's your bonus to persuasion?
Yeah. Is it a plus 18?
Entered the
No, it is 3.
Okay. Can you please
That's a
add
5.
like a participant
bardic
waiting
inspiration.
room?
But I can.
Opal, put the waiting room back up.
Wait! I have 2 bardic inspirations
Okay.
that I can add on. Oh my god! And
All
I
you have to roll is a 10 on. You have to roll a 15 on both.
Before you do this,
You can do it.
I will offer you something.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. I guess that's not really
That
physically
2
possible.
was
It is.
real bad.
Could I have bequeathed my inspiration?
That's not how any of this works. You can continue the conversation, but it will cost you a little pound of flesh.
Okay.
Take 9 points of piercing damage as the wounds in your hands flare hot, like the beginning of an infection. But what is heat to you?
Do I see her in this conversation or only hear her?
Do you want to see her?
I do.
She steps forward.
As she steps forward and I feel this pain, it's like I have my hand on a hot... It's like I had my hand on this, but I am not flinching and my eyes flare more fire.
Look, I let you stay on the call. Don't push your fucking luck. I'm listening. Keep
I
talking.
am a strong champion. I am
You looking
here.
to enlist?
That spot is taken.
Sure. What'd she offer you? I could do better.
She offered me Opal's safety to help. It's all I wanted. Whatever it would take to keep her safe and to be able to be by her side.
You mean it.
I do.
And I think this part of the conversation, you see the Spider Queen's lips moving, and you do not hear her words.
I have lost one sister completely on this planet. I was born to be a protector. I was not born to walk alone for solitary purpose. This is my sister now. And if you take her, you will have to let me come beside her in some way. This, I believe, is a reasonable compromise.
You are aware of the danger. Do you know what she is up against? What your goddess is up against? Ludinus doesn't know. He is a petulant child.
Whatever it is, if it has scared all of you, I know our chances are slim. But I'm not leaving this planet without a fight, and I don't want to leave the Wild Mother or Opal without a fight. I will not walk away.
Intimidation check. With advantage.
Oh, come on, just for fuck's sake.
If you
Get
don't
that
want to use your
kids.
charisma, you can use your strength modifier instead.
Okay, strength modifier?
You can
Whichever's
decide.
bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that would be the modifier,
So it would
not
be
that.
a-
That's
a
okay.
plus 10
Then
as
let me
opposed
stick
to a
with
plus
this. It would be this, because that's the saving throws. But so that's the 5. So it should be the. I would rather take the 8.
Well, it's
No?
8 when it's charisma, but because your strength modifier is 2 higher, it would
Oh,
be a 10.
I see. Thank God for you, Matthew.
I played this a few times.
Just a little bit.
11 plus, what was it? 8? 10?
10.
21.
You are locked in a moment with the Spider Queen. A long one. In the time that you have known them, you knew that she'd circled your friends, finding her way in through the vestige you all found. Though you were not there when it was found, you were part. Who to tempt, who to bring over. And the Spider Queen is many things, but not a fool. And she knew better than to bark up your particular tree. Too hard. But she is rattled. And you know that all of this, the death and destruction and compulsion, is from someone with no other recourse. And pride, God, the things that separate gods and mortals, mortality. But for me, Abrea, pride, who calls himself a god. And what happens when that pride is shaken? When mortality is back on the table? You are looking a woman in the eye. And she needs all the friends she can get. She takes you off of mute.
Hello? You guys still there?
I'm here.
She means it. She can stay.
You know, it's tough for Opal because she doesn't want her friend to have the same fate. But it's not her choice. It's not Opal's choice.
Is it Opal's preference inside of her heart that Fury run away?
I mean, I don't want my friend to have this as her future.
But I don't have that in my future. I am the Wild Mother's champion.
Yeah.
We are just its similar purpose from what I can tell. From what the gods have told us.
So I'll ask the Spider Queen, what will you do to her?
Fury? Nothing. She has agreed to fight. She's agreed to stay. I have told you many lies in our time.
Yeah, you're a liar.
Takes one to know one. I'm not lying now. There's nothing she wants more than to stay by your side. And Opal wants a lot of things. And one of them is for you to leave and be safe.
Can't make that choice for you.
And I will not tear you from this purpose. but I spend a lot of time obscuring truth. And maybe it's worth it to try a little honesty.
I have no purpose without someone to protect. It is who I am. I'm sorry if you want me to leave.
No. I couldn't protect someone, I think. I don't remember. I'd like to protect you. I was so young when I started. And now I feel like I've aged 100 years. But I'll never say no to a sister.
And I will never leave another one.
Then it's settled. She stays. The others are going. If I see them again, keep them away. You know as well as I do what's coming. It's worse than you think.
I have nothing else to lose.
You're so young. Hopefully, you will not learn the lesson too soon that that is not true. There's a whole world, and it may not feel like yours, but it will be. It would be if it was gone. And perhaps if we see the other side of this, I will tell you more of where we began.
If we see another side to this, I'm gonna call you a cunt with my whole chest.
Hey, I know what the fuck I am. Good. I chose my champion well. You ready to go?
I'm ready.
Wild Mother?
Don't bring her into this call, please. She's so fucking. She'll be like, I'm the smell of freesias in the wind or stupid shit. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? You want her to sound like a duck or something to tell you it's gonna be okay?
I will just say I am on my way.
She knows. She's the babbling of every brook or whatever her fucking deal is. Oh my God. Her and the lawbird. She knows. She's watching.
Then yes, I am ready.
Great. Is she gonna be in the call the whole time? I don't like it.
I don't know, bitch. Figure it out.
All right, language. And you feel yourself move out of this space. You stand together. Darrington has reached the bottom of the cliff.
Yeah, how much time is this conversation?
3 long years.
20 minutes later.
No, but legitimately,
Yeah.
while this is happening, like, is this in an instant, or is like, could I take Darrington's experiences while this conversation's happening? Like, is it?
What's more interesting to you? I'll give you a little. You could put your thumb on the scale, oh fellow storyteller. Did you want this to happen over time? So like Darrington is just fully doing a whole background gag?
No,
while
not a
two
gag.
women stare into each other's eyes.
Not a gag. Not in this moment.
Oh.
I think Darrington climbs down the mountain, looks up and watches Dorian kind of just coasting off in one direction. Goes, we gotta get Cyrus. Goes around the corner and sees the corpse on the ground sundered and bloodied, and sees Maury charging the opposite direction. Confused but starting to put the pieces together, he begins to back up in the direction that Dorian's going, looking over the hill as his line of sight begins to reach and can see the clutching of the crown and the apparition of some entity that he can't even really fathom, let alone focus on. And all he hears in his head once more are the words from Opal, "Run." And he just looks to where Dorian's going and charges after him.
Yeah. And I think this is the end. The Crown Keepers started off so light. Pee-pee spear on a roof in Amon.
Glitter shitter.
A glitter shitter. The ash hole. God, I owe you a lot. Could have killed more. And I think you all feel the breaking of something as you go your separate ways. But not everything is forever, and not every story gets ground down to a bitter end. Most of you left standing, scattered across the world, in many directions, to start telling new stories. The more you leave with a spirit by your side, Friederichs and Opal head off into the darkness, following the footsteps of the Spider Queen. Darrington and Dorian, do you stay together? Do you follow for 24 long hours Opal's final mercy, sending you away from what surely would have been a last stand?
Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You make your way south and east towards Sephra. Find the Tempest. Find the Tempest. Darrington, is there anything else? You tempest tossed more than most, or you follow whichever way the wind blows, and your friend is the wind incarnate.
And we're walking to the place where the wind is home, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Darrington has a lot to figure out. He just kind of lost most everything in a very short time, and still hasn't seemed to lose anywhere near as much as his friend has. I think it's a very quiet walk, these 24 hours, as the sun rises and sets again. Starting to climb up the base mountain pillar walkways that lead towards the Ashari city, he feels scared to say anything.
You feel it. The moment that compulsion leaves. The lessening of magic. Not an idea from your own head or heart. Continue.
I don't think he's going to wrestle with that betrayal yet.
Yeah.
Right now he's more focused on Dorian's well-being, I think. And hopefully whatever this Tempest is, maybe she can help him figure some stuff out too.
Yeah. It takes a couple days. You make your way across the world. The roads are clear, and anyone you see or meet There's no talk of the myriad or the clasp or the nameless ones or all of the things you were scared of when a person and her agenda was the worst thing you could be scared of. They speak of Ludinus, Dulleth, and the moon, and the gods. Great doings and workings of magic, solstices. Undeterred, you push forward. You have a shred of divinity beside you, but the observer, neither directly threatened by the goings-on here, nor particularly worried about themselves or their place in the world. You see that that deity, that spirit, that lesser god that you are connected to is content to sit and watch as you wander. Take that however you will. And eventually you make your way to Zephyra. Do you go straight toward wherever you think the tempest might be? Is there anything else you want to do or say or have or prepare?
How well do you think you got to know my brother?
I mean, we bonded pretty quick because I don't think there's a lot either of us hold back.
That's true. You know what's funny? I've known him my whole life. He's always been there. And now that he's gone, I can't imagine what he would want me to do. Does that make me a bad person?
No. I don't think you can be a bad person.
Maybe. What do you want to do, Darrington?
Honestly, it's a question that I've never really asked myself. I think it's because I'm scared that I don't have an answer.
There are no answers. I think for the first time, I'm beginning to understand what I want.
What's that?
Do you know what a trope is? A thematic element. You are an apprentice bard, are you not?
Okay, hold on, let me write this down.
Go on. Trope. It's one of my least favorite. Yeah, it is where my heart guides me. I want revenge, Darrington. Badly. Do you think you can take revenge against the universe? Do you think you can fight back against gods and monsters?
Yeah, mate. Do I have to answer now?
No, it's...
Okay, let me think on that.
That's
All right.
gods and monsters.
I take it all back. You know what we should do?
What?
Let's put the question in song. You ever done this before? It's a great exercise. You put the question in the verse, and you put the answer in the chorus, and the tune that first pops into your head is almost always right. Here, you'll need this. I'm gonna take off my lute with my scimitar twined around it. Say, it's time to graduate. From recorder to stringed instrument. It's a big jump, I know. But a long time ago, you gave me a gift, and I would like to return the favor. Would you accept?
Of course. Do I have to get rid of the recorder?
No.
Okay.
Here you are.
I just cleaned it like the past couple days.
Yeah, exactly.
I've watched you do this a lot, so
Okay.
it is awful.
Fuck you. Give me a performance check.
Yeah.
It's not as awful as you think.
Let's go!
It starts awful. It starts awful.
Okay.
Pretty amazing.
And you're like, oh god, this was a mistake. But then like he picks it up.
It's like the beginning of Freebird.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I guess I can pick up a little bit from keeping an eye out. All right, well, as an apprentice, I'll keep practicing. I don't know if I'm in a place right now to be fighting gods and monsters, but I can certainly be in a place to help those that are. Maybe at the very least, writing some new songs and legends about what they're doing.
How close are we to any sort of civilization, like a village?
You are at the edge of Zafra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, a whole city of cool ass druids.
Can I see any kind of like a tavern or anywhere that looks lively?
Yeah. I think there's a couple places. There is the like more central sort of gathering hub, more an inn and a like public house, and on the outskirts, at the edge of the wilderness, little nicely constructed tent facing out into the woods, and you can hear even from here at the far end of this place. A little rowdier, a little louder, a little more energy.
A few nights before all this horrible shit went down, you asshole. The three of us
Called all the words. Yeah.
Would it be so clear? I love it.
I'm saying it out of love. We were having drinks, and my brother had left his cup behind, his favorite cup. And one last thing I want to give to Darrington, and I say, I think you're good enough to make a few coin. Here, take this cup. Yeah. Set it out. There's a group right over there. Look for the one that's not the most drunk, second to most. Okay. Play a little tune, and I want to watch from here. May I? May I watch?
Yeah.
But I can't be seen too close. I just want you to go and do the best you can do. Go. Okay, I got you. And then I sort of watch as he makes his way toward, in his typical Darrington fashion, hurriedly toward the crowd, super excited. And I can't help but smile. And I have just like real life. My fucking eyes are a little wet. And as I watch him go, my smile falls. And Dorian's face turns stern. And he casts invisibility. I'll end my turn.
It's not about a turn. Where do you go from here?
Straight to try to find the Tempest. Yeah.
Well hidden. But you can hear a plucky tune on your lute.
Don't do that.
It's not as good as last time.
It's not as good as last time. He does the thing of like a little kid that turns around at the end of daycare to be like, I'm doing okay. I can't see you. Daddy's gone.
He left us.
But even still, builds confidence, builds purpose, and the song begins to become something. You don't ask anyone, because you are not seen, but you listen. It's like the breeze. You feel how it moves and flows between people and buildings. You listen for the words of the Tempest. And you move to the center of this place. It isn't very often that you go to a settlement with no sense of discovering your place in it, trying to make a mark, even in your most discreet and subtle. You flying under the radar the most you can. Titties out. In blue and chiffon, you are always noticeable and noted, except for now. And there is no understanding of this place or its people, just purpose and a mission. And you over here, oh, she's not here yet. She'll be back. She's on some important mission. And you see them looking towards a grove in the center of this place. And you feel it before you see it. Magic. The magic of life. Of growing wild things. And birdsong and sunlight. And storms. And crisp, cold night. As the tempest makes her way through an old and gnarled tree, steps through, silhouetted against the golden light of her magic. You see the antlers of her headdress, and you lose the shape of her to her massive mantle. But leaves, feathers flow out and away from her. And somehow, even though you are invisible, even though she probably doesn't know you're coming, it does not cause you anything but the knowledge and the understanding of the rightness of this moment that she turns to the empty spot in space where you are standing and not. And that's where we're going to pull back from here. Okay, now it's time for me to be emotional. The Crown Keepers are my little loves. They're my little family, and I didn't kill nearly as many of you as I thought I would. And that's a skill issue. So I'll be back. A little meaner in the future. But thank you for telling this story with me. I think it's time to go. Hey, Matt, you want to come back over?
Sure. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'll give you a proper long hug in a moment. But I think with that, let's go ahead and go to break. Thank you all. Tremendously.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see you all here shortly.
peeps, Laura Bailey here to guide you through what's new in the Critical Role shop. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. Oh, so comfy cozy. You need this? You probably need this. Roll an investigation if you want. It's basically perfect. This is pretty badass. Check it out. Look, it has pockets. Style should never be a dumb stuff, darling. Look at this. Isn't it fashion? So much fashion happening here. And hey, if you want, you could head over to the Critical Role shop right now.
An ancient threat stirs beyond the edge of what is known. Candela calls upon the Crimson Mirror to delve into long-buried machinations from Oldfair's sordid past. A long-forgotten power crawling towards its destined ascendancy. Our investigators must plunge into the void, with only each other to light the way. As to what they will face beyond the darkness that lies beneath, not even Candela knows. We must hold our light to the darkness when there is nothing left but despair, and all hope is lost. The Circle of the Crimson Mirror, assignment number 4822, Into the Abyss. Delve into a new tabletop role-playing game of investigative horror with the Candela Obscura core rulebook using the Illuminated World system by Darrington Press. Roam the turn-of-the-century-inspired setting of the Fairlands, including the bustling city of New Fair and the ancient ruins of Old Fair below. Assemble a circle of investigators within the paranormal secret society of Candela Obscura. You'll analyze strange and horrifying events, fight back against dangerous phenomena, and contain the bleed that spreads from corruptive magic. Choose from 10 custom character sheets to empower your investigations and explorations. Use tactical intuition and brawn with the soldier specialty. Use your charm with finesse and flair as the magician specialty, or study and practice mystical arts as an occultist. Explore districts of New Fair, competing organizations, 4 full assignments, and dozens of example assignments to inspire you. If you choose to brave the role of Game Master, this guide contains everything needed to pave the way for your Candela Obscura investigators. Offered in both a standard edition as well as an ornate limited edition for collectors, the Candela Obscura core rulebook contains 204 art-filled pages, including maps, items, immersive notes, mysteries, and plenty more to power your very own story. Keep this tome close, for the knowledge obtained may be the key to protecting you, your allies, and the Fairlands.
This is a real nice place you got here. Not as spacious as my place, but you got some nice rooms.
Thank you. It is cozy and terrifically convenient for getting to and from the central vault. I just love this neighborhood.
In addition to all the typical things you'd expect to find in Imelda's home, like dense academic reference texts, She also has a shelf full of obtuse strategy board games and a well-polished jawed table over there.
Unmistakable. You, of course, would recognize the telltale pegs and greebles of the classic game of Jawed anywhere. The trapezoidal board, the small bowls of color-coded salt, the glassy success pips, the hand-cranked penalty siren, the 70-pound rulebook, you know, all that stuff. Jawed stuff.
Weep is familiar with Jawed, too. Ooh, nice. Jawed always wanted to learn how to play. He lies.
It's me, Jester. So the Traveler and I were going to tell you guys all about subscribing to Twitch, but it sort of seems like he's not really here right now, which is so stupid. Traveler! Traveler! Artie! You know what? It's fine. I can do it by myself. With myself. I invoke duplicity. Hello, Jester. Hi, Jester. Okay, so what we're going to do today is tell the people at home all about the good stuff they get when subscribing to Twitch. Oh, I don't know what Twitch is, but that sounds good. Let's go. No, that's perfect, because this works for you too then. Okay, so there's a professionally moderated live chat. And if you subscribe, you can post links in the chat. Like a link to a cool hamster video? Exactly like that. So what we do here is tell like really cool stories, right? And sometimes like crazy shit happens when we're telling those stories, and people that subscribe get special emotes so you can express how you feel. What if you live on the side of Exandria where it's really late and you're like, I'm just gonna close my eyes for a few seconds, and then it's 2 hours and the music is playing and you're like, oh no, I missed the whole show. Oh, that's a great question. Well, if you subscribe to Twitch, then you can just watch all of our VODs as soon as the live broadcast ends. So cool, right? So cool. I know. Another really cool thing is you can gift subscriptions to people. Like, I could buy a subscription for you, Duplicate Jester, and for other... What are you doing? Look what I found. Oh my gosh. Look, brushes. I could draw a dick. Oh, well, technically that might break Twitch's terms of service, so. But there's no rule against, like, drawing chubby little snakes. Yeah, or a really long balloon sword. Yeah, or like a really thick rope with like 2 honky knots at the end of it. A cucumber with 2 tomatoes. Yeah. A banana, you know, sitting next to an onion and another mushroom with like a little cat. A weenie dog with just 2 feet. Yeah. Artie, where are you? Should we go look for him? Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, don't forget to subscribe to Critical Role. Okay, let's go. Okay.
and welcome back. So, it is here, Durian Storm, after emerging from the tree, the voice of the Tempest that you've briefly encountered in your previous travels with Orem before you and Fern and him made your way to the continent of Marquet, to adventures that have thrown all manner of chaos, challenge, and sorrow into everyone's lives since. Still holding close to that pain, you watch as Keyleth approaches, acknowledging you present, though magically cloaked. It says, Dorian, it is good to see you.
I'll drop my invisibility.
What brings you to Zephyra?
Being lost. Only waypoint on the map, I suppose. I'm looking for guidance. I lost my group. I'm feeling as though the winds are sending me somewhere I don't understand, and I need an anchor? I know it's not your duty, but I'd like to continue what we started if I can.
Well, in a way it is my duty. As a leader of my people, and my people are and have always been but a collection of wayward souls that needed a home. So you found your way here. I wish I could say that my guidance in the moment here is ever present. Many of us are needed many places all at once these days. And as she kind of looks at you, her soft presentation gives way to a very hard, stern look as she seems to read your soul in a glance and goes, and I gather the challenges in Exandria have left scars in you as of late as well.
Yes. I have a brother. Had a brother. That I didn't want to leave behind. But I have. I know this world is full of magic I don't understand, but you have resources? Do you not? I hate to beg a favor. I've never begged, but if I told you a spot in the wilderness, would your people be able to find it? I don't ask for miracles, but retrieve my brother's body?
You are a friend to us, and have been a great friend to one of my most trusted protectors, one who has himself given much. I promise you, I will do this for you.
Just make sure your people stay safe.
Of course.
I don't know where to go from here.
And that's all right. You can stay here as long as you wish. Many of our warriors are fighting a grand fight far from here. And that is where much of my attention will be as well. But we have many wonderful sages and caretakers and philosophers and anyone that you wish to tell your troubles to.
What about armorers?
We have those as well. Are you sure you don't know where you're going?
Perhaps I don't know where, but I'm starting to believe I know why. like to see Orem again. And Fern.
They're away at the moment, doing a very, very important mission. And I've never felt prouder. I'd know if something had happened to Orem. I know I'd feel it. So I take solace in knowing that he's still up there, or at least safe where he stands.
I knew he would be.
Well, I need to confer with a handful of folks before I continue my journey this early morning. Do you need lodging? Do you need to resupply? You look a bit haggard and like you've been on the road for a bit. By the wornness of your boots and the tatters at your elbows, but...
Very much so. I've imposed enough, but if I may, can you house me?
Of course. All right. Of course. You look weary. Come rest. I have rooms in my domain amongst the chambers there for friends and allies as they stay. If you wish to, gather what you can find. Have a few compatriots call forth what you think you may need, and take whatever time you wish.
Thank you.
Of course.
I think this sort of motherly, powerful, sort of feminine energy of compassion is something that Dorian's longed for since leaving home, and you can just see the tension and the emotion and the anger just sort of leave his body, even if just for a moment, as he kind of feels at ease for the first time in a long time.
Come. And she walks a little bit ahead, and as she steps, and you've encountered her for, times passing through Zephyr, and you've always kept a reverence likely in these passings, but she was always Orem's charge, And I think this may be one of the few times that you've had any true one-on-one time with her where she was not distracted. And there is a kindness there, and there is almost a shared solace and grief that you can sense. And as she steps with you, here, as still night as it was, where she steps, the winds pick up and swirl. The dust and leaves kind of drift but a few feet before her, her cloak billowing ever so faintly, like the weather itself likes to carry her to her next destination. She brings you towards the center of Zephyr, amongst the various domiciles and large tents. Elements of it almost remind you a little bit of your home, if more stationary and allowed to grow into the rock as opposed to picking up when they needed to find a new path. And that's welcoming in its own right. She brings you to the multi-level central establishment with its naturally grown and shaped balconies. At this early morning hour, quiet. You can hear the sound of the various crickets and evening creatures themselves kind of settling into the end of their night's activities. And it doesn't take long after some few introductions for a number of the various helpers and caretakers of these premises to start gathering you whatever materials you need and start prepping your chamber for a night down of rest. They can call for replacements for your torn and weathered clothing, And they'll put in some orders for an armorer should you need one in the morning. As Keyleth leaves you to your bedchambers, she heads upstairs, followed by other footsteps, and you can just barely hear the muffled sound of what looks like conversation. But not casual. Serious. Militant, even. You can't pick up the words, but you've always been keen at picking up tone. And for as kind and as warm as she's been to you since she's arrived, there is a darkness and a seriousness that just manages to barely creep through the thickness of the ceiling. And it's about now that a clearer voice rings into your mind, unexpectedly, here in the wee hours of the morning, as you hear Orm say, from the ether itself, "We're home. Can you hear me? Northeast of Bassaris. Can you get there? I'm struggling. Sorry, can you get there? Fuck, I miss you."
I haven't gotten anything from the sending stone in a long time, right?
Not in a number of days, not since, or weeks even probably, since the messaging returned as of late, so it catches you off guard.
Yeah, I put it away.
You got one message from him not but a couple days ago,
okay,
it seems, but it felt crackly and only partially understood and heard. It didn't sound worried, but also it seemed to taper off into distraction.
Yeah, I think normally Dorian would try to think of the most eloquent thing to say. He likes to make things of words, and he's specific about their meaning, and he can't think of a thing. But the only thing that's in his heart's just 3 words. It's just, "I'll be there." And tries to send that back into the sending stone to return the message.
You send it back off as you sit there in quiet, just kind of looking at the stone in your hands. Any semblance of exhaustion and rest that you were about to slip into fade. And you're now more awake than you've been in days. As you sit there, the conversation above continues for another 20 or so minutes as you just contemplate the stone kind of passing through your fingers, thinking about what's happened. Aimless as you were, you're needed somewhere. And as you hear the conversation close upstairs and the footsteps begin to descend, you hear the voice of the Tempest come and knock on the door.
Open it.
Dorian, stay as long as you like. I have to be going. There's some business I need to attend to. But it's been great to see you.
Thank you. Business? I don't mean to pry.
How much do you know of the goings-on between the Ruby Vanguard and the Moon of Ill-Omen?
Stories. Whispers in the town square. We've been in the wild for a long time. Hunted and preoccupied. Why?
Her face grows stoic and hard. The world is in great turmoil, and I'm sure the lingering ley lines that twist and pull in the sky have filled even the furthest farmers with dread. It all comes to the Hellcatch. Where the God-Eater that sits in the core of that moon seeks to be released and devour the Pantheon All of the forces that can are gathering to prevent this from transpiring. An invasion that looms from entities that have long plotted from afar and beyond our imagination. That is where Orem and your friends have been. On Ruidus.
Ruidus? A message. He said he was on the moon. I'm such a fool. I thought it was a code or a place I didn't know. Ruidus. It's been lost from the sky.
Not lost, but locked. And there it sits, unnaturally bound above the continent of Marquet, looming and pulling and tearing at the very fabric of Exandria's magic. All of nature sits still, as the whole world holds its breath, as riots and chaos begin to mount and burn. Faith fades. There is much happening. Where I walk, there is fire, and there is loss.
I'm not afraid of loss anymore.
And there is purpose.
I want to go.
She doesn't hesitate, looking at your eyes. Then come with me.
Yeah, no hesitation on his part. He follows her.
She steps out as the care hands have come up and kind of brought you the clothing you requested, the materials and supplies that you had brought with you and also wanted to kind of pull together in the short time they had before this transpired. You didn't get a full suite of what you could have spent days here for, but the nature of the now has called you in response to that message. And as she quietly steps away from you, you following it in her wake, the wind still follows her every step, but it's colder. She steps towards a far street of the city, towards a bounding, beautiful cherry blossom tree that you've not seen with your own eyes at night in quite some time. As it climbs up, its colors now muted with moonlight of Katha casting across it in grays and whites. She steps up to it and kind of runs her fingers along the branch. We're here to save the world, I think. Again. And I wish to save a friend.
Well, what's the point in saving the world if there's no one there to write a song about it?
She smiles for the first time since you left. Well, we're happy to have you for as long as you're willing to come. We need all the help we can get.
I would say to the ends of the earth, but it seems as if we're already there.
She turns to the side of this cherry blossom tree, and as she raises her hand up, you watch as the glow of pure nature-based spiritual magic tears across the front of it. And you watch as the crooked doorway, glowing a faint greenish color, opens. On the other side, you can just barely make out a quick flash of what looks like a military encampment. You can see like the cusp of war wagons and fires crackling. She turns back to you. Quickly. She steps through, and you follow suit, and as you do, you emerge from the other side of this tree, from a much smaller, leafless one that kind of sits jaggedly climbing up about 15, 20 feet. A number of other trees spotted around this barren and kind of shale-cracked landscape of gray, reddish dust. You, even here in the evening light, you can immediately look upward and see the ominous, red glowing sight of Ruidus for the first time in so many weeks. Like a burning coal of hate settled in place as a singular thin thread of red light anchors it to the surface of Exandria. And looking upon it, you cannot help but feel the chill wash over you. But you also look around and see the hundreds of soldiers that are either up too late or up too early, that are walking patrols, bantering quietly, eating their first or last meal of the day. And even in the midst of this ominous light, there is an undertone of camaraderie and familiarity. You see armored and flagged figures of different colors and tabards and designs, a mix, a multitude of cultures, Exandria over. Some you recognize, some you'd want to study more. But indeed, as Keyleth said, it looks like a number of figures from around the realm are gathering. For what? Who may know? You take this in for a little bit, as just beyond the massive gates that hold the eastern side of the stronghold's perimeter walls, massive heavy walls of rock that have been sculpted out of the very ground itself, up 25, 30 feet, as you hear the gates shift open and a few calls down from below. You see 7 figures come walking in. You have to kind of blink for a moment. And you can see the shape of a tall, thin, feminine form. You see the lavender hair of a familiar face. You see the multifaceted, rock-like skin surfaces of a violence-prone figure of familiarity. You see a tiny, exhausted, crotchety-looking elder gnome in the oddest little tracksuit. You see your friend Fern. And you see Orem. And you see the 7th figure, a squat, lumbering creature that is entirely unfamiliar to you. And no sign of the little metal creature of jovial voice and upbeat persona that was ever there to lend an ear, whether you wanted to or not. And they all look up and see you as well. Bell's Hells, if I could have you back to the table, please.
Hello, friends.
I missed you.
Full circle.
Oh, boy.
So how's things?
I've been good. You look good. Got a little squat buddy with you?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Here we are. As the rest of you, still processing the grief and weight of your journey from the Moonaville Omen, step into the massive gates that guard this west side encampment, you look up to see a sight you weren't expecting, especially so fast after you reached out. There, not far from the billowing cloak and mantle of the voice of the Tempest, you see Dorian Storm.
Orm's eyes just kind of dart back and forth between the Tempest and Dorian. Totally gobsmacked.
I heard this party could use a humble bard.
And he starts running and gets about 20 feet away and just goes ping, and miniature tackles into total hug.
I start clapping over and get in on the hug and just kisses all over.
Oh, that's very nice. You smell surprisingly good.
That's a shocker. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Yes, I'm really here. Hi.
Hi. You're welcome, side.
I've missed you all.
Wait. Nothing is as it seems. Say something only Dorian would know.
All right.
That's kind of pretty good right there.
Chetney, I'm surprised of everyone here to see you alive.
It's Dorian. You son of a bitch! I'll go up and I'll hug his knee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's strong on my thigh.
Yeah, it's like wiry.
Wait, what are you doing here? How did you get here?
Well, I got your message. And is the Tempest nearby us?
The Tempest is still maybe about 20 feet back, just watching this all transpire with a smile on her face.
Take Orem and look him deep in the eyes, gently set him down. She brought me, and I'm gonna gesture back to Keela. Hi.
Oh, it is quite a small Alexandria, that is.
Oh, well, we knew each other, and I didn't know where else to go.
How long have you both been here, Tempest?
We just arrived, not but a few moments back.
What
We
have
seemed
you done?
driven by the winds, as many of us are, and it seemed that maybe fate has some strength in store for us as she glances in the direction of the Malleus Key. Fate does work in strange ways, doesn't it?
My story's much shorter than yours. You asked where I've been, and I'd be glad to tell you at some point, but from the looks of things, you're in it a bit deeper than I was. What's going on here?
We learned a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Her, stoicism cracks as much as she tries to hold together and goes, I am so glad you're back and alive. Oh, wow. I was so nervous, and I'm so proud. I was scared, but I believed you could do it, and oh, sorry.
I put my hand out to her.
She takes your hand.
We wouldn't be here. FCG.
It came at a cost.
Right. As all things do in war.
What happened to FCG?
He sacrificed themselves.
Saved us.
For us, yeah.
Oh. Well, surely he couldn't be.
Yeah. No.
I understand.
But we wouldn't be here if they hadn't.
You wouldn't believe what it's like up there. No offense, Ivaro, a whole new creatures and organisms and geography and
whole new world.
The inside of the moon. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Inside of the moon?
Under the surface. There's so much to tell you, Keela. Voice.
Keela, that's fine. And she looks past you all, and you can see other soldiers have not just noted the return, but also many are looking past you towards the unique creature that's accompanying you in the interior. What you see...
What do I see?
You see a squat humanoid creature with a kind of rounded, broad set of shoulders. The head itself seems almost set within the shoulders. There may be a neck, but you can't tell, but with a cloak and hood that's kind of pulled up over it. You see these muscular, long arms that almost touch the ground, with squat legs and a smaller secondary set of hands that arms that kind of curl up into an opening in the front of a chest shirt. The figure has
dark eyes and almost a featureless nose. It's almost like a bump with just like some slits on it. Kind of a wider mouth that's kind of pulled back. The eyes are bright with, you can't tell if it's fear or wonder, but you've never seen a creature like this before. And it seems to be sticking close to the rest of this troop and just kind of taking in with curiosity and fear as much as everyone else in the vicinity are taking them in. Keyleth raises his hand and goes, please be respectful. Don't gawk. Go amongst your business. We have much to discuss.
Feed it at something.
I mean, actually, she is probably quite hungry.
If you got anything to eat, I really appreciate it.
Yeah. She's very intelligent.
I haven't seen...
You say words!
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Ivaro is a scientist, and...
Oh, you say lots of words and know lots of words.
Indeed.
Here. I still I still try to feed it like a pet.
Is it
I got a rat. It's just a rat. Just some rash.
Not Reese's Pieces?
Yeah, not Reese's Pieces.
So as you,
it's like some flatbread.
Some flatbread. As you pull it out and reach it, you see she kind of puts a hand up, and out from underneath kind of the cloaked mantle, a smaller creature like skitters out rapidly, leaps to your arm like a tiny monkey, grabs it from your hand and goes, ah! And runs back, jumps back under her arm and curls up underneath.
That's
You see this-
true. I like her very much. Yeah.
Yes. Keyleth and Dorian, this is Everoa. We rescued her.
She was working intimately with Ludinus.
Indeed. As one of the numerous minds set towards one of the multitude of projects that the Imperium had set for us to develop alongside the Ruby Vanguard to work
That's
towards.
the moon resistance.
Resist.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack here.
Keyleth, I can already imagine. Well, is there immediate danger? Did anything follow you? Is there anything that we should be currently looking to the east towards the Tishtan site for at the moment?
Nothing followed us out as far as we're aware.
At this moment, but I
Then-
think the timetable is ramping up.
We were sort of a part of a mission where there were explosions, a lot of explosions, and it sort of pissed everyone off.
The hive has been kicked.
Yes. Literally.
Very well, we'll make sure that we increase our patrols and keep an eye out there. You all look like you could use some rest. I won't dare pry at the moment for all the details, as I think you'll probably speak with a clearer mind after a bit of recovery for a multitude of reasons. But when you do wake, I want to hear everything. I have to speak with a few figures as well and coordinate between some other encampments. So I'll get to my business while you all get to some rest.
Were you able to find the secret entrance that we pointed you towards?
Indeed. It was an unexpected boon, and I think might give us some other options when it comes to infiltrating Rodis once we've taken in everything you've hopefully learned.
Did you use it?
We've only sent a few figures to check into it, though we are still slowly figuring out how many individuals we could probably fit through there. It's a very tight spot, but we do have some very, very powerful Ishari out of Terra, I think, that can definitely help us make that a little more useful. Nevertheless, and like you can see it too, like you're all exhausted, and you can see in her eyes, she likely probably hasn't slept in a day, 2 days. But she nods, motions for some of the higher guard to come and escort you to some of the nicer living tents, quarters for elite soldiers, guests. These are still military tents, but they're not poorly outfitted. But as she walks along with and leads you to
one of the large guest tents, and it's kind of a clustered net of beds and personal chests at the foot of each, some low-lit, kind of ever-burning candles that hang from chains held at different points inside. Just this low kind of burning flicker of light within. It's nice. It's cozy. And it's far better than Ruidus has been to you in recent days. And as you all step in, she goes, I'm just so glad to see you here. And I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're a sight for sore eyes, Tempest.
So are you, Aura. So are you.
Kaitiake.
Kaitiake. She kind of leans forward and takes your chin in her hand and goes, wasn't a doubt in my mind you could do this. Rest well. Rest the rest of heroes. You've earned it. And she turns around, and you watch as the cloak kind of billows for a second, and her form shifts into that of a large hawk that flutters off into the evening sky.
I mean, you can do that too.
Oh my God, I know, but it's just she has such a good flair when she
really
does
is.
it.
There's a whole.
It's really like it's a whole thing.
It's like effortless with you.
Yeah,
Maybe you can work on
yes.
your like transition.
Transition.
Make it a little bit more.
I think my transitions are what are kind of weird.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of look like a blob for a second.
Sometimes
It's
I
like
look
less
sometimes I
ethereal.
fart, sometimes
Yeah.
I let out like some poos. and then I
It
went,
must
yeah.
be fucked. I'm happy to see you. I am.
Oh my God.
Clearly everything is wrong.
So happy you're here, Dorian.
I wish I came at better times. It seems as if you've been through a rough road.
No, it was the perfect
No, because if
time.
you'd come earlier, you'd be dead too.
Well, I think I would have done all right. Immediately dead is what you jumped to?
Were you just...
I have missed you as well.
Were you by Zephyr when I reached out?
Yes, it's when your message came through, but only the one. It's a long story. My brother died. My two best friends became the champions of the Matron of Ravens and the Spider Queen. And
Wait, what?
it's a long
How
mess.
long ago was that, Dorian?
Yesterday.
Are you serious?
It's all right.
Wait,
We all deal with grief in
That's
different
not
ways.
right.
Yeah. Not really.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'll be all right.
Seems like we've all been through a lot. You were underplaying it.
Oh, no, just, what have you been up to? Yes, a moment, maybe.
Okay.
A rest. I haven't slept much.
I'm gonna grab a blanket off one of the beds and just wrap it around and just kind of like sit on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
What a day.
Yeah, this has been a doozy.
FCG, we lost them
How did they...
yesterday as well.
Got ambushed, caught in the tunnels, and I think that was going to be a picture wrap on all of us.
Yeah.
CG, you know, he's like nobody, something no one's ever seen, and whatever powers him, he accessed it, and
It was the only way we got out.
We thought we could take her. It was
She's pretty high level with the folks we're tangling with. It was the woman who led the attack on my home all those years ago.
What's her name?
Odahan Thule.
but fuck her. She's
fucking dead.
She's dead now.
we got her shit.
I like this energy.
Just a stain on the fucking wall.
But man, Dorian, this stuff going on up there is truly otherworldly, stuff that predates most history that we know about. I mean, it is a blank slate with this stuff. It's hard to wrap your head around, and when you see it, kind of makes you wonder if we can do anything to change it. I have to admit, I've seen some stuff. This made me feel like I'm as green as they come.
We've got some stuff. Actually, here, I got you something. A little souvenir from the moon.
Immediately, Dorian starts to sweat.
This one's not a dead thing. But I did bring back dead things. I can't wait to show you.
There was a gift shop right beyond the murder tunnel.
Yeah, you exit through the.
Yes,
Always.
it's kind of true. And I pull out the crystal dancer carved.
That's really beautiful.
From the red crystal from the moon.
Been carrying this in your backpack all the way from the moon?
Yeah, backpack.
Right, got you. It's beautiful. What does it look like?
It's like a teal green glass colored dancing figure. It looks, in some ways, it begins looking rough hewn towards the base, but then it becomes this smooth, wonderful, organic shape that's in mid motion, just kind of captured in an instant. A pretty well crafted piece of art out of material that you're unfamiliar with, something you would not expect to see recovered from the moon.
His crystal, we've also gathered a few weapons. It seems to have magic properties, and also, as we recently learned, may be connected to Predothos.
Would I know anything about the specific material?
No.
No, it's a complete mystery.
Yeah, and even the name
It's moon
Predothos.
glass.
This is some big shit. We're dropping a lot.
Oh
Yeah,
we've
that's-
locked in on everything about
It
Predothos.
almost feels like years of lore.
There's this bad guy named Predothos. He wants to eat the gods. We're fighting
Eat
him.
them like a little
Yeah,
snack.
with a-
Okay,
Yeah.
Predothos.
Like a big snack,
God
maybe.
God eater.
Yeah,
Thanos
yeah.
is one of the Titans, but he doesn't look. They all look humanoid. He's the only one who's perfect.
The Titans.
Yes.
Okay.
Predothos
Fuck me.
is
Thank you.
trapped in the core of the moon, basically.
So boo Predothos. We
Boo
don't like-
Predothos.
Boo Predothos.
If
Yay,
all the gods, well, that depends on who you ask. But if the gods are Inky, Blinky, all the ghosts, and Predothos is Pac-Man.
Okay.
From out in space.
Man.
Could
What
be
is this
Miss
word
Pac-Man,
you
I'm
said?
not sure.
It's like a guy who just like eats a lot
Do you not
of
see
other little
it?
things.
It's a classic stage show. I'm really.
Got it.
Dwarven.
Okay, okay, but all of this is very
Jonathan
interesting.
Bachman.
Very, very interesting. What is your plan in all of this? That's not a good sound.
No.
Well, we had a plan. We were running recon on the moon.
Hela sent us there because we're just a little group,
Okay.
Expendable.
a sneaky little group.
Did you sneak a good sneak?
No.
No.
Actually, for the most part, we really didn't do too bad. We could have gotten.
We learned a
dumped
lot.
up there. We learned a lot. We came back with stuff. We know about the hive mind. We know about the five. Imogen's mom is crazy.
Oh, I brought this back, and I pull out the juggernaut finger.
Dead things.
Yes, there's a
Severed finger.
massive severed
Tradesies?
red-fleshed finger.
Oh, yes. I see.
If you eat from it, it'll give you like invulnerability for 10 seconds.
You are lying, obviously.
God damn it.
And I got this little guy, and I pull out the little alien fetus in a jar.
This is horrible.
I like that Dorian just holding it. You don't have to
Steve
hold
Martin
it all.
These
jerk.
back. Those
You
are
want
for,
them back?
These are for you.
Wait, but the dancer is a gift? For
The
sure. I'm
dancer is a
definitely
gift.
fumbling all of
No,
this.
don't drop it.
Over
Don't
time.
drop it. I'll take the dead
Glass, bear.
Yeah,
You
that
keep
blue
the
glass.
dancer.
You know when you go to Carmel and there's driftwood art everywhere?
Yes.
Same way.
Kinda, yeah.
This is
Yep.
low rent.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Okay. Local artisan, I understand. I always support them for
Yes.
certain. All right. What to do with this?
Maybe you
Let's all
could
just
leave it
look
for
at it.
some child, like set it adrift. Yeah. Like other pieces of fine art.
This one bit.
It's really good to see you. It feels good to laugh.
It does. It does.
We're gonna have a score to settle though, so if you stick with us, just fair warning. We're coming for blood.
Are you back, Dorian? Are you going to stay with us?
If you'll have me.
Gladly. I speak for myself, I guess, but gladly.
We missed you a lot. We talked about you often.
That's very nice, but I'm just glad for the invitation. And I'll do my best. I've been learning so many new tricks, so many new songs. I promise I will kick ass, but I'll also do it in a new stylish way you've never seen before. Yes, the road's been long and hard, but
Is it as stylish as this sheer shirt you're wearing?
Oh, well, this is just the start of the ensemble. Give me a few moments.
great, it's
I've
great,
got
it's
some things in my backpack. I'm going to put them together, and if we've got the evening...
Put together.
Yeah, you're going to see
Are you going to play ska? Because this is how ska starts.
How ska starts or how it started?
How it both.
This
is how an infestation happens. I've got a brand new
galaxy long ago. That's where ska came from.
It's a musical virus, and it's infected.
Trumpet. Any sax.
Thank you.
Wait, what are you pulling out? What are you talking about?
This is
what?
Is it you had a lot of other shit in your
Oh
bag?
yes, I think at this point, like, since we had no time where we were, I think Dorian like started to like redress and put his new clothing on, but like not really. He's not there just.
So you're like half naked?
Sort of. Yeah. It was like he
I'm
got.
just trying to get a
He only
visual
has
of
just like this shirt on now.
Mhm.
He's got a sack full of shit that was the supplies that he copped from the Tempest Squad.
Oh, nice.
So when he has a quiet moment, his plan is to put it together and level up, if you will. If you'll allow it.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
Because now that you probably don't want to talk about this right now, but now that your brother is gone, what does that mean for you?
That's a larger question than you may think. I asked Keyleth's people to potentially retrieve his body.
Wait, did he just pass?
He said yesterday.
Dorian.
What?
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
He was in battle.
If you can call it that. He did his best. I never thought there was real evil in the world. Not real evil. I think there are bad people who do bad things, but what we've seen these last days is irredeemable. I think for the first time in my life, I'm a bit angry.
So she wasn't able to get rid of it.
That's true. Another failure, so they say.
No. An opportunity.
For what?
Redemption.
Right now I prefer revenge.
I like that.
I knew you would. Give us some more time. I'll answer your question.
You said one of your friends went off with the matron and the other for a spider queen.
Opal. I'm sorry. We tried. I can't be certain, but whatever forces are enacting on this world go deeper than we imagined.
And Fiora and Darrington.
Fiora stayed with Opal. Darrington. Well, he's all right.
You know, it's so odd. We met someone in our travels.
My God.
Speaking of a small Alexandria.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Whom?
Her name was Denise.
Denise.
Oh. And she knew Darrington.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
She was trying to get back to him. And of course, I've never met this Darrington, but you know.
He was wonderful.
Barrel of
He is
sunshine.
wonderful, yeah.
And she was a real firecracker.
Apparently they had some sort of thing, if I recall.
A romantic thing.
Yeah, that was the vibe.
You begin to recall a handful of stories that Darrington had mentioned in passing of a particular woman that taught him that you can be both attracted and deeply afraid of a person.
Was this the woman that, was she fond of deep red lipstick?
Oh,
Did she have any sort of tattoos or?
Yeah.
Tattoos had her.
Yes, I've heard these
All the
stories.
Yes.
He was very frightened of her.
Wow, she sounds like an amazing woman.
She was great.
It's fantastic.
Just to incite fear in her man. Like, wow.
What's that mean?
The plants themselves trembled.
Yes, she was a force to be reckoned with. I hope she finds them. Maybe now if Darrington is
Just keep him safe.
on his own. Yes, maybe they'll
I
find
didn't
each
get a lot
other.
of time with her, but it was
nice.
impactful.
So Opal is
Alive. Corrupted. I feel as though the Areopagita was walking down the same path.
well, maybe they'll be safe together.
If they are, we are to be concerned. As I said, it's not limited to the moon or even this continent. The gods are frightened of something, and I can only assume it's this Predathos with an O, with an A, O, a Predathos.
Like getting in the bath.
Bath, Predathos. The medial
With an
A.
O.
Mm-hmm.
I'm well studied.
Yeah, as a theater kid.
Everything's coming out of the woodwork. Huh?
Chetney, how have you been? You've just been sort of giving me the summary. How's life for you?
Stellar. I came across an old flame who'd been dead like 100 years. 200 years? Fuck, what is time? But hooked up again, it was great.
After dead, after
She was
been
alive
came
again.
back.
She was alive
Yeah,
again. All right.
She
Just
was
making
alive.
sure.
Gods are, throwing out favors for your boy Chetney Pacapay. Went to the moon, survived.
He died on the moon.
You died on the moon.
Yeah.
And came back?
Yeah.
FCG.
It was grim, to be fair, for a lot of us.
We got our asses handed to us. It feels like all the rules are off. Magic first. Gods are pissed. Taking our friends. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that I can even the score a little before I bite it. It was a pretty good spot I had picked out up there. I'm just saying, though.
Spot for what?
For the end.
For the who's?
Well, I mean, not that I wanted to go or anything, but I mean, it was a pretty. The moon's pretty cool.
It is, yes.
Especially if it's going to disappear soon and start eating the rest of the world.
There's whole civilizations up there. As many different folk as there are here on Exandria. And there's one entire city where the beings who run the place are in league with the Vanguard. But then there's a whole other people who are trying to tear it all down.
The Vanguard.
Yep.
Hey.
Yes.
Campaign 3, right there.
Don't you worry. We'll fill you in.
Sure. Maybe.
No, give me 10 minutes.
No. We can.
We should get a drink.
We'll talk about some extending
We
our
should get a
prose,
fucking-
storytelling.
and toast.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Do we need a drink?
We do need a drink.
I'm gonna go find a fucking drink. I'm gonna go find a bottle of whatever the fuck is around, and I will throw it around to get it.
It doesn't take you much. I mean, people are aware of who you are and what you've done, and to return from that, like
Get
and
all of it.
I'm gonna get
Okay.
more than 3.
the first soldier you come across is like, yes, sir.
It's liquor, good, bad, don't care.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Barely know.
Is Aurora around also, or has
Everoa has been taken alongside the Tempest.
Okay.
And you go to ask, and you can see in a tent just aside from where you are, there's 3 Ashari guardians to the side, and just looking past, you could see Keyleth is like crouched down and having a conversation with Everoa.
Can't do this drunk. Fuck. And I'm gonna walk in and say, "Excuse me, let me in." So I'm just gonna barrel the tip.
Okay. Ashton, hi.
Hi. Hi. I'm just gonna turn to Everard. I'm gonna be really rude. I was kind of shitty back there. I don't like it. I put a lot of my shit on you. This isn't math. You don't, I know you don't trade people for people, and I'm sorry. And that wasn't okay. And I don't feel good about it, and I'm sorry. And just do good. Just do good. That wasn't, sorry.
Apology accepted. I appreciate your...
I'm gonna go get drunk now. Carry on shit. And yeah.
Keyleth kind of looks... All right.
Yeah.
You met Ashton as you walk away. As you leave the tent, you can see the soldiers already returned with 3 bottles of wine.
Thank you. Yep, that'll do.
And pulls up a bottle of a brackish brown liquid that's smaller with a heavy cork on it and kind of hands it over.
Thank you. Oh yes, thank you. I am. Yeah. What am I going to do with all these limes?
You all hear the welcome clattering of filled glass.
I don't have a lot of feeling in my right arm, so I don't actually know how much I'm... Thank you. Okay.
Oh my gosh, that's right! The 2 of you have to tell him about sucking in scales of titans.
I did something really
so
stupid
much.
and got this
We
arm.
will.
But now I can turn
Drinks
into...
Now,
Yes.
as they're saying this and they're pouring the drinks, you notice in Ashton, his right arm does not match the rest of his body. It is thicker, more kind of broken, obsidian volcanic rock sort of a feel.
Okay.
Kind of jagged up along the shoulder with little...
Something went wrong, clearly. Yeah.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, not even a little.
To the reunion of old friends.
To not being all right.
Cheers.
Cheers.
To
Hey.
reunions and damage.
Into letters.
Letters. And your brother.
And Cyrus.
And the friends we hope to see again.
As you drink down your wine, your liquor, taking in the flavor and reminiscing on those you've lost, those you've found, and in the midst of all this fear and chaos, the unexpected and necessary grounding that moments like these provide, we pull away from the dull glow of the tent here in the mid-morning darkness over the Hellcatch Valley, ever warmed by the distant dark red glow of the ominous moon. And that's where we're going to finish tonight's episode.
All right!
Welcome back, boys!
So happy to have you back, man.
It's good to have you back.
Yay. I'm glad to be here.
Look at all this trauma we're gonna get to
Look at all of the trauma.
Yeah, man. I know the intent was to bring you back later in the campaign. I didn't realize it would be under such traumatic circumstances for everybody involved.
Okay.
It's all
Sure.
Yeah.
It's the only way to get through this together.
Hell yeah. Hell
Anyway,
yeah.
happy to have you back, bud.
Thank you.
So much.
Love y'all.
Love you, Maddie.
Love you.
Let's go ahead and pick this up next week as the rest of the troop fills you in, likely between episodes, so you don't have to have an hour of you getting up to speed. We'll say everything.
First
No.
there was the dinosaur.
In my pants. This one itches.
Thank you all so much for joining us. We love you very much. And is it Thursday yet?
Oh,